afternoon, everyone. I'll call the meeting to order. Will the city clerk please do the roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Hoffman? Here. Councilmember Bash? Yes. Councilmember Alleman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grummeyer? Here. Mayor Newton?
Here.
All present, thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move into the workshop, item A, and I'll ask the city manager to open the workshop. Afternoon, Andy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. If you recall, for quite some time now, we have been talking about the potential for master planning the area on Hamner between 6th Street and Detroit. And what I did with that discussion is I reached out to HDL, a company known to have advised cities on economic development matters, to see if they could help us with that work. And following my contact with HDL, I arranged a meeting in which myself, I think the mayor, and Councilmember Bash, we met with HDL to discuss that potential for master planning that area. And what we realized through that discussion was, in order to do a master plan of an area, you first of all need to do a market analysis to set the stage for that type of plan. And we then returned HDL to help us do that market study. A part of their study included meeting with staff, meeting individual council members, and I think they also met with some stakeholders and have now completed a report. Mr. Barry Foster, who is a principal with the HDL companies, is here today to go over that report. And when he finishes, we're going to ask City Council to provide direction on what we need to do next. With that, Barry.
Again, my name is Barry Foster. I'm a principal and managing director with the HL Companies, and I lead up our economic development division called Econ Solutions. Can you pull up the PowerPoint? As Andy talked about, we were retained to go ahead and do
Here's one.
we were retained to do a market study for the area there around 6th Street and Hamner. The gateway to Norco, and really kind of better understand market demand and possibilities and those kinds of things down there, to give the city some guidance and if they're going to pursue some kind of a master plan for that area. So I'm going to go through a PowerPoint and hit on some of the points that are in the market study. I hope you had a chance to look at the market study and read through that and understand that. But so here's kind of just a snapshot in terms of the trade area overview for Norco, and so population, daytime population. You have a really good balance between jobs to housing. A lot of communities don't have that, so I think it's important to note that's a really positive. Number of households, kind of the mix between white collar, blue collar. Almost 27% of the Norco residents have a college degree or higher. Average household income level is a solid number at almost $122,000. That's higher than the Riverside County average of a little over $92,000, and the community is diverse. It's important to note that Silver Lakes is a big generator in terms of bringing people into the community, and I think the location there with the gateway really lends itself to being close by Silver Lakes, and so there's a lot that's happened at Silver Lakes. There's still some things that they're working on and trying to do even more things there. I know there's some things that are maybe advanced more than others and can't be released and all those kinds of things, but I think that's another major positive for trying to see this area develop is Silver Lakes and the potential it has there for drawing people in for sports and entertainment and those kinds of things. Here's kind of an aerial that shows the area. It's only a mile from Silver Lakes. It's made up of 26 parcels, about 24 acres in total size. The existing uses there are really kind of a mixture of some residential, some office, some open space, and then there's a restaurant and bar, and I think another restaurant in there too. And then there's 6 adjacent vacant parcels, and the city owns some property in there too. We went ahead and looked at some of the market analytics for not only Norco, but really looked at a 20-minute drive area. So you have to look at, you've got Norco, but when you're looking at the potential for new retailers and that kind of development, you're looking at beyond just the city boundaries. And so you're attracting people from drive times. When a potential retailer or a restaurant or somebody is looking at an opportunity, they're looking beyond just your city boundaries. You want to keep them here, but their trade area is bigger. And so we looked at a 20-minute drive time, a pretty significant population there. And I think part of that is Silver Lakes also benefits by pulling people in from a bigger area. Looking at the daytime population for not only Norco but for the drive time, again, it's a really good mix there between jobs to housing balance, and so I think that's really good. Average age, average household size, average household income level. Again, Norco's a little bit higher than the trade area, and then those that have college degrees or some college. Consumer demand and market supply. This is a really important point that it's looking at where people that live here are spending their money on, and whether they're able to spend it here, or it's leaking out into other communities. And you know, that's a loss in terms of sales tax revenue for you if they're going outside the community to spend their dollars. But I always look at that. That's kind of the glass half full. That's also opportunity in terms of people are spending their money on that. They're just not spending it here. They don't have the opportunity to spend it here. So that's potential. That's opportunity. And so here's looking at that consumer demand and market supply assessment, and anything really with a 25% or more leakage is significant. And so that's kind of, again, that's lost opportunity. And so clothing stores, it's 32%. So you've got little over $4.5 million that's leaking out into being spent in other communities. Furniture stores, again, it's about $4.5 million that's leaking out. Health and personal care, little over $8.5 million, 34% that's leaking out. Grocery stores, not so much. There's probably not an opportunity for another grocery store. Other general merchandise, kind of borderline whether that's enough leakage there or not. And then specialty food stores, there's almost a 50% leakage there. Here's we've got a database of about 1,200 national and regional retailers that we can draw upon where their nearest location is to Norco is. But then we also are looking at who's doing stuff, who wants to be, what kind of trade areas they want to be in. Then more importantly, what might be a possibility for this area in terms of a new either hotel opportunity or a retail or a restaurant opportunity. So here's kind of the list of some of the ones that we thought were some kind of good fits to this area. And here's some more. And then we went and did an analysis of your sales tax and good steady growth. So took a little bit of a dip when the pandemic hit and COVID kind of came into everybody's life, but have bounced back well. So you know, good solid growth, which I think is important to note for the city. You look at your top 10 sales tax producers, and these are alphabetical. They're not ranked in any kind of revenue category, but and you all know these, but these are your top 20 sales tax producers that were based on what they did in the calendar year 2021. I think when you look at that too, when you're looking at those industry groups that are producing the majority of sales tax for Norco, 3 are kind of the dominant ones: autos and transportation. In terms of sales tax revenue, almost $3.5 million. Then general consumer, and then restaurant and hotels. So those are the top 3. So it'd be good to have a little bit more diversity there too. Then we went and looked at some of your top retailers in terms of how the locations here in Norco compare with their statewide averages, and whether they're higher or lower. You got more that are higher with their locations here than the average, and then you've got a few that are lower. And I think this is another positive. A lot of the stores that are here, or restaurants that are here, perform well. And even the ones that are below, they're not drastically below. As Andy, the city manager, talked about, we also, when we kind of first started up here, we met with council members and with the management team, and we're trying to get some perspectives on what you thought might be appropriate here. And some of the items that were raised and presented, there were some shared things there that kind of open to the idea of using or doing a mixed-use development. It certainly is not enough market demand, I don't think, to do all retail, but mixed use. And there was some folks that were open to the idea of doing some residential if it's done right. And I think residential, when you're doing residential, you've got the opportunity to help maybe subsidize a project a little bit. And so, but again, I think it's making sure that it's right. I think everybody talked about the idea of having it be walkable and having some open spaces to tie really to the environment that you've created here in Norco, having that kind of unique lifestyle. A number of people talked about doing some more hospitality, restaurants, another hotel. I know there's a hotel being developed here, and there's another one being just next door in Eastvale. Need to get those open and kind of understand those and stabilize those. But I think as Silver Lakes continues to chug along and continues to grow, there's going to be another opportunity for hotels. Hotels, by and large, have bounced back pretty well in California. When the pandemic hit, and I know that personally, I used to travel all the time before the pandemic. I didn't travel for about 1.5 years, kind of back traveling again now. And so business travel's come back. California, I think, is doing a pretty good job of promoting leisure travel again too. That's picked back up again. So I think hotels are starting to see room rates go back up again and occupancies bump up. Back when the pandemic hit, some folks got hit with some newer hotels that had a hard time, making debt service payments and those kinds of things. And so it's coming back again. So the big thing I think there is to really understand the hotels that are in development and how they're going to perform, and then looking at what is the market demand once those come online for another potential hotel. Again, I think just if you look at the list, it's I think almost everybody said that they didn't want just another kind of typical strip development. They wanted it to be unique and be unique to reflect Norco, but be a place that people are going to want to come to. And so I think in any kind of a master plan or a vision that you have for that area, that needs to be emphasized. Again, looking at the land use that's there now, and the ownership and possibilities, I think you've got an opportunity there with the undeveloped properties, those 6 parcels I talked about, and the possibility that the city has property that they own in there too. You've got the community park in there, you've got there's a community center in there. Look at maybe trying to reposition or look at those as opportunities to get a land holding that's sizable enough and makes some sense that maybe a master developer might want to go after that. there's, from a planning perspective, rather than just go out and kind of change the zoning for that area, it might make more sense to do some kind of an overlay zone there where you can control and have some mixed use kinds of developments. That's the thing that we're seeing in a lot of communities now is they're coming up with a category for mixed use that gives you a little bit more flexibility. When you're doing an overlay, then you're coming up with some standards that are unique to that area and maybe don't apply to the rest of the city. And it's a planning tool that I think will be more useful there than just going out and changing the land use there. Seeing if you've got potential developers that want to do things, coming up with that vision for that master plan. And then also kind of looking too then at what Silver Lakes is doing, opportunities for hotels and those kinds of things. We did a SWOT analysis for Norco and for the area, and just to kind of understand what are the strengths, what are maybe some challenges and weaknesses, and then some opportunities and some threats. You know, I think you're doing a good job in meeting the overall consumer demand in Norco. I think you're better than the county. You're at 71. 100 is the optimal. But then there's a little bit of opportunity to bring in some more stuff there. You've had good steady growth in terms of sales tax, year-over-year average of 7%. I think this area it's a nice location. It's your gateway to your community, so you want something special and unique there. But it's located, you know, parallel to I-15, and it really, I think, can be strategic. And I think, you know, kudos to you to try to master plan and have some vision for what can go there. And then you know, your community is special. I think it's unique in terms of having your parkland and your trails and your open spaces and that kind of atmosphere. I think I think you need to take some of that and have that be reflected in this opportunity here. And then some of the weaknesses. So you've got different kinds of existing land uses in there you need to deal with, and you know, some need to be kind of repositioned and re-looked at, and I think you can do that through an overlay zone. But I think again the idea would be to do some kind of a mixed use there. I talked about I think it's a real positive for this area because of its proximity to Silver Lakes and what you can reap the benefits of what they're doing there. Now that and COVID's still here and pandemic is still here, we're kind of getting used to dealing with that. It's good to see more activity kind of happen there, and they're going to do even more in the future. So that's a real plus, and that's a real draw for that area. And other opportunities, I talked about those 6 vacant parcels that can be pulled together and do some kind of a mixed use that could have a little bit of residential, but maybe a long-term hotel use and some retail, but have it be special and unique, not just a strip type development. So in talking to the city manager, we wanted to come up with some kind of recommended next steps. And so we've got a few here. Develop an overlay zone and look at that. Look at the opportunities you have in terms of retail that you think would fit there, those kinds of uses and categories. Have the potential master development include a unique kind of development that really attracts people, that people from not only Norco but for the surrounding communities want to come to. Look at the idea of maybe trying to relocate Clark Field. I know some folks talked about it when we met with council members and with staff, but look at seeing if you can maybe incorporate some of the city land holding into this, and then actively work with the existing property owners and the folks that are there now to try to come up with a really collaborative effort to try to master plan this thing. And so I think there's some opportunity just because of the proximity to Silver Lakes to have some more restaurants in that area. But you know, they're going to be the biggest restaurant in terms of category, in terms of growth, is fast casual. And so I think that would fit in well with what Silver Lakes has going, with people in between games or whatever else they're looking to come and have a good meal. Are not looking for just quick service, but that fast casual. That's the category that has really taken off, and it took off before the pandemic. It's going to continue to grow. But then also some other casual restaurants too, and some sit-down restaurants there. And I talked about you know, once the other two hotels get developed and stabilized, look at, is there market demand for another hotel in there? There probably is. I just don't know when that's going to happen. Looking at some next steps then, and a kind of a preliminary timeline. I think it would make sense to do. I want to get your thoughts and ideas here today, and I know that the staff does too. But then kind of follow back up again in October, and really have a chance to kind of regroup again and look at get some more direction from the City Council on that vision for a master plan. I think before you go off and do a master plan, you need to kind of come up with, we'll try to give you some guidance here on market demand and those kinds of things, but come up with a couple page, 3-page, a vision statement for this area. What do you want it to be based on what we presented, what you all think, and the direction that you want to go in. And then I think it would also be, it would serve you well to look at maybe bringing in an urban design firm to pick a couple locations in there on having them illustrate through some renderings and some site designs, a few 2 to 3 spots in there on what this new development could look like. I think that will really kind of help take it to the next stage in terms of what it could be, how it could be unique, what it could look like. And I think that will, from a picture is worth 1,000 words, and so I think that having those things would serve you well in terms of really creating that vision statement in terms of what you want this area, what you think this area can be before you go out and do a master plan. And then hold some a couple of 1 or 2 community workshops where City Council listens to staff and property owners and business owners and residents and other key stakeholders in the community on what they think could go in there too, and look at the possibilities for redevelopment of this area. I also think it would be important to go out and do an RFQ or an RFI, request for interest, from some developers, and to see if there's a master developer out there that you could work with that could take part of this and see if they can present some thoughts and ideas on what they think it could be. I think the city can help shape this and guide this, but I think you really need to kind of get a developer behind this too, and make sure that it's market relevant and it's market reality. I think oftentimes cities get too far out there and they come up with something that is not market relevant, and it's maybe what they want, but it still needs to be market. You can throw money at things, and if it's not market relevant, if it's not market reality, it's probably not going to work. Kind of an example I think would be, you can go down the San Gabriel Valley in a lot of those communities. 8, 9, 10 years ago, the big hot thing was doing mixed-use development with retail on the bottom and apartments or residential on top. The planners all went to the same conference, and they all came back and said, "Oh, it's going to work here," and it didn't work in the San Gabriel Valley, and it didn't work because there wasn't enough density there in terms of people like, if you're in downtown LA or downtown San Francisco, you don't mind living above some retail or some restaurants. It didn't work there. All the developers came in and did their projects, and they wanted to build residential and then sell it all off, and so they did the retail on the bottom, and most of it's vacant today. It wasn't market relevant. If you're going to do mixed use, it needs to, the residential needs to be behind it, not on top of it. Another great example is Anaheim. There's all kinds of mixed use development. If you go on Catella, where they've got the same kind of thing. So again, it has to be not just thoughts in terms of planning, but it has to be market relevant from an economic development, from a development standpoint. I think that's really, really important. So I think seeking that kind of interest from master developers, and you don't need to get to the point where you're doing RFPs and all that kind of stuff. Just see who's interested and have them spend a little bit of money to kind of show why they think they could do something there. But I think that would be another good kind of first step for you to do. And then the last thing is to kind of take all of that and then come up with that vision statement in terms of looking at what kind of market reality is. Is there interest from any developers to be a master developer? Possibility of bringing in an urban designer to work on a couple of concepts in there, listening to the community, listening to stakeholders, and then working on that vision statement on what you think that it could be for that before you launch off and do a master plan for there. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Andy, do you have any comments at this time? Okay. Kevin? Questions, comments?
Well, it's an exciting area. That's the crux of all this, and I thank you for the study. I guess I always get stuck. There's one property that blocks, actually it's like 6 properties, the old Manny property, that blocks all of this. And so I'm not exactly sure how to get around that, but I like your suggestions moving forward. I like that very much. Instead of, because I know exactly what you're talking about. I go to a lot of conferences and people will talk about, oh, we need to do this and do that, and you already know they're going to fail because it's 10 years old or 5 years old or sometimes even 2 years old. So I like that idea of what I like most about what you've presented is the roadmap, and I really appreciate that. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and I think it's it's really important. Sometimes again, I think cities launch out and doing something and they think it will work, but it's not market relevant. I mean, I embrace you for doing this. I think that you have to have something that's special and unique, and I think you can still do that and have it be market relevant. But you need to figure out, is it more than just what you folks think it can be? Is there some developers? Is there some other people that want to do that? And I think the idea of spending a couple of dollars to have an urban designer do some concepts there, to do a request for information for a possible master developer. Some of those things I think will be money well spent for you in developing that vision statement before you go out and try to do that master plan.
Should we attempt to try to negotiate with some of the property owners and at what point? Because we own some of the land. Other ones, we've got 2 properties actually. We've got a couple people that I think would be willing. We've got one organization that might be willing, and then we've got a property owner that won't even return calls.
It might not hurt, and I think it's a positive thing that you own some property there, and then I think it might not hurt to have some kind of preliminary discussions with some folks if you think there's some interest there. That could help if you're then going to go out and do an RFQ or an RFI for potential developers, to be able to say, you've got this property tied up, or there's negotiations here. In the old days, back when I started in California a long time ago, redevelopment, we could use redevelopment. This would have been a classic redevelopment project, but it's our wonderful governor at that time decided to go in a different direction, and it's not coming back. So you have to be, it's a little bit more challenging to do these kinds of projects. You talk about, you've got a couple of key properties that would be really helpful to get.
Did you ever look at the incorporation of the gym and the community center and?
Yeah, I think that could also be rolled into it too. And you know, it's kind of up to you in terms of how much you want to do there. But I think it would be open to look at all those kinds of ideas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Catherine?
Yes, I have a couple of questions and then just a couple comments. In the market study, you talked about how we have a low sales dollar per capita in the business and industry establishment category, and I just wanted some elaboration on what kind of businesses or industry, you know, what are some typical ones? I know you laid it out for some of the other categories that would fit in that one.
I'd have to go back and look at your, I'm just
Okay.
not familiar with that specific category, but
Okay.
I was a little bit surprised that that per capita number was lower.
Okay.
Yeah, just if I can add to
And
that.
then maybe Andy knows
Yeah,
more.
Yeah.
business and industry is businesses like Staples. I think Verizon comes in that category as well. The issue is that we don't have enough of them here in the city of Norco, and that's why that data is small.
I can follow up and get you kind of a listing of some of those businesses that would fall in that category too.
Okay, that would be great. I was just curious, and you know, if my
I don't want to
assumption is correct when I think
I
about
look
it.
at sales tax numbers for a lot of different cities in it, but I can follow back up with that.
Okay, thank you.
I'll get it to Andy and he can get it to you.
Okay, and then on the recommendation for doing an overlay versus a zoning change, you mentioned that it kind of helps as a planning tool because you can create standards that are just unique to that area versus just changing the zoning. Are there any other benefits to doing an overlay versus changing the zoning?
I think the biggest thing is to have some of those standards and design guidelines and other things that will be unique to that area, where you're not having to conform to other parts of the city. I think the biggest thing there is what we're seeing with a lot of communities is they're actually coming up with mixed use zoning categories, and so I think that's the future. And so I think that rather than do that right now for the city, you could do it just for that area and do an overlay zone. I think it'd be a lot easier to do.
Okay, thank you. And then my comments just, it was nice to read what everybody thought because as the report said, we weren't all together in a room talking about this. This is when we're all together in the room talking about it. And I think what I like about this is that we're focusing our development on corridors of the city, right? On the ways that people are coming in and out and where we already have a lot of things happening. So we're working on protecting our neighborhoods. We also need to always look at and analyze how are we going to fund our services. You know, we've been talking a lot about the bridge getting done. That's a major corridor, a major entrance to our city. There's a lot of visitor revenue, a lot of people who come to Silver Lakes, and so we really want to capitalize on that because it is, you know, kind of on the north end of our city, bedding up to Eastvale. I also liked that we all agreed on walkability and open space and really creating a sense of place here. A place for people to be in community, something that's unique. It's not just another strip mall. And then looking at what we needed, which is part of what we wanted to get from this market study, is what would go there that would bring people here, right, that we don't have already. And that's hotels, restaurants like fast casual, retail, and then that we're open to residential, right, knowing that lots of developers, they may want to be able to have the ability to put it there, right, that mixed use. And so if we're open to doing that with the overlay, it really opens opportunities for what we can do with that and who might come in and really do something special for our city. So,
And I think I shared that with all the council members when we first met. Is I think having some kind of a component for residential will really help kind of overall cash flow the development, subsidize it to a certain extent, because that's where developers are making their money right now. It's not in the retail development. So if you want something special and unique there, you need to kind of pay for it somehow. And so I think having a component with some residential, if it's done right, could make some sense there and really kind of help the overall economics for a project there.
thank you.
Ted?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions on that, just on the demographics part. Your page in the market analytics, you deal with two different populations. The first one is the 28,000 for the city population. Then you deal with the daytime population of 29,000. Now, that average age that you noted in here, the 40.8, is that the average age population for the residents, or is that the 29,000 the daytime population?
The average age for the residents, but average age for for your residential.
residents?
population,
Wow, I thought that seems kind of young to me, but that's
yeah. And daytime population, it's different from your
Right.
your population, because that's people that are working here. That includes employees, and so.
I thought we were older than that. That's why I was just surprised that that's what it was. But that's fine.
And our data is updated every 6 months, so it's pretty. Cool.
Okay, all right. And I look at the retail and the clothing situation, and I wish it wasn't true, but unfortunately, what I see is more online purchases on the retail and the clothing. You see that more often than not, especially when we have a Kohl's on the north end of us, and we have a Kohl's on the south end of us in two different cities. So, I mean, that's, other than big clothing retail, I'm just taking it as an example. You see a lot of online more than you do anything else.
There's still some specialty clothing, and I
Okay.
think there's some opportunities there. I think that certainly online sales have been increasing over the years and will continue, but they've actually slowed a little bit now, and so I think people are wanting to kind of come back and go back into stores again and touch, feel, and things too. It's not to say that Amazon's going to be damaged or anything like that, but I think it takes a good mix of that, and those retailers that kind of maybe have an online presence but also have stores, they're still trying to kind of figure that out now, but I think there's some opportunity there.
Okay. One of the things, and you mentioned the mixed development, and I concur with you. The one that they're building, well, they tried to build in Menifee off of Newport there, right near the 215. They had a retail, the typical big box stores, retail stores, restaurants. And then down the street from that farther west, they tried this mixed development with entertainment and the apartments and that. Well, it's still sitting there
Yeah.
because everybody's lost interest in that kind of development. So that's something that it just isn't working
Yeah, I think
in this area
I think
for some
another-
reason.
we did some work in Eastville for a number of years, and Eastville kind of wanted to get different ideas, and so they brought in some out of state consultants. They brought in somebody from North Carolina to help them, and this company suggested that all the undeveloped property that they had in Eastville should be mixed use, and it should have retail in the bottom, or offices, and then residential above. So just across your border where the 7-Eleven is, I know the property owner that has the property next to that, and they've done some work there, but they were told that they had to do a mixed-use development with residential on top of retail looking out at a 7-Eleven. I mean, it made no sense at all. And but again, it has to be market relevant, and in the Inland Empire, and I lived in Riverside for a long time. I'm in Orange County now, but mixed use has to be done right, and we're still primarily not dense areas, and so mixed use has to be. It just doesn't work on top of retail like that.
No, you have to. It has to be the walkable,
But
close knit.
As an example, I think of a city trying to force it, and the developers going like, "This makes
No,
absolutely
doesn't
no
work.
sense at all."
So, I'm planning on going to the ICS thing at the end of September. I don't know if Kevin's gone or not, but I just want to explore what's out there and looking at those different venues and the businesses that are up and coming and trying to get started again after this COVID. We've all taken a hit, and I really think that family amusement parks are really something to do and to keep contracted, keep keep contact with to see how it goes, because I want to complement what's over at Silver Lakes. Try to get that 750,000 visitors there a year to come on up here, spend their money, then go home. So, is that the right? Is that what you would see in something like that?
Yeah, I'm just not sure about that right now. I'm just not sure that that market is there right now.
Well, I know it's down, and I agree with you. It's down.
You know, everybody's still trying to figure out, you know, where to kind of go forward with this COVID and pandemic and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, I will be down in San Diego too, and it wouldn't hurt to kind of, you know, explore and see if there's some developers that might be of interest to
Okay.
do that kind of thing. I'm not sure that there'd be all that many there. That it's
No.
more of a retail conference. But
No, and that's why I knew that. Just
yeah.
But it's starting again, and I mean, Vegas is until May, so this is it's a good thing. At least we got to figure out what we want and what's out there.
Absolutely.
Okay, and yeah, I agree with you though, as far as trying to bring in some kind of a restaurants and that hotel, the Dave and Buster's, and I can still think of all that sports field and the Angel Stadium, and it's too bad that Disney shut down and closed the ESPN zone, because that was a very good deal down in that around the stadium, and the other ones decided not to have it anymore, but it thrived, and it really did. So I think there's some kind of there's a market for it. We just have to figure that one out.
Yeah, and I think you want to make sure what that market is, but then you also want to make sure whatever you do there, whatever you're doing, is making it unique too. The big thing is you want to draw people to come there.
Yep.
But before you even get that far, you need to figure out, is there a developer that wants to do it?
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Robin?
Thank you for the study. I appreciate having the actual data and the hard numbers. So many times we're told, oh, there's not enough income, or there's not enough population, or we get all kinds of excuses. So it's nice to have the actual data to present to folks that potentially want to come to town. And so I certainly appreciate that. In terms of vision, I agree with Catherine. I think we're all pretty much in the same lane as far as what we would like to see going into that area, which is a positive thing. From my perspective, just a few things. I want us to really think about what we're trying to create in Norco and that niche, and the agricultural and the rural ties that we're trying to enhance and look at there. There's a ton of potential, I believe, in the open space use that could potentially be there, where it's going to serve a historical purpose, an educational purpose, pulling in visitors purpose. And so I think I really feel passionate about that, because it's going to serve so many different needs that we have here in town. And again, there's this whole agritourism, thing that is happening and going on, where we could tie into that. And then as someone who travels with large groups of high school age students, having the proximity to Silver Lakes, when the kids are done in the afternoon with their games, you have to entertain them or keep them out of trouble for 4, 5, 6 hours before they go to bed. So if something to keep those kids entertained and from causing a ruckus in the hotel can be put in that location as well, that's going to be super beneficial, because it's going to be put the kids in the van, or if it's in proximity to the hotel, they're going to walk down the street and go to that area. And then smaller entertainment things, there, an ice cream shop or a fun little something. So, because that's going to be an easy no-brainer for those chaperones or teachers or advisors that have those kids over at Silver Lakes. So I think if we just kind of keep our heads, kind of in the same space as that, and it came out in the report, and I know we all feel the same way, Norco is super, super unique. And so I would even say that if somebody's looking at top 10 things to do in Riverside County, if we can get 5 or 6 or 7 things that are in Norco, and a couple of them are at that area, that's a benefit. I don't know about anybody else, but when I travel, I go to places where there's not hardly any people anymore, and I still go to the top 10, and I'll hit 2 or 3 of those things on that top 10 list and drop $30 or $40 or $50 at that, thing that you should go do while you're in that area. And I just think we have the potential here in Norco to be 5 or 6 of those things on that list if we play our cards right. So thank you, and I am super excited about the area. I think there's unlimited possibilities about what could be done over there and make it special for Norco.
Well, thank you for your time and the study and our previous meetings.
Sure.
A couple of questions. Some of these may be a little premature right now, but when we talk about residential housing developments / if done right, what is if done right
I think that
defined?
Yeah, I think you need to kind of think about that a little bit. more.
Okay.
And so and I can probably we could probably spend some time talking about what it maybe isn't right, but and I kind of talked about some of the mixed-use development that just doesn't work, but I think that can be just. I'd like to have you kind of noodle that a little bit more and talk about, and then when you get back again in a month or so, then present some more kind of ideas and types
Put
of
that burden
residential.
back on us. Okay. And you had also mentioned in the report about workforce housing and also with veterans housing, which we are certainly moving forward on. What would be the approximate salary range of workforce housing?
I don't know if it's
Or more of a definition of that also?
Yeah, workforce development is it's going to be more moderate or affordable kind of housing. There's not going to be anything that's going to be conditioned on low income or anything like that. But
Would it be in that salary range that we show, the
Yeah.
$121,000?
or even a little bit below that, yeah.
Okay.
I think that's what we're seeing a lot with the inland empire as our kids grow up. They have a hard time being able to live here anymore. So I think having more of that workforce development is really important to have.
Okay. I think my takeaway, I agree with Robin. I mean, I think this is a holistic approach that we need to be open to, but also the importance of land use overall. So this may be a question for Alma, but with an overlay, if we were to apply an overlay over this area, can that also be specific plan? Can a specific plan be part of the overlay? Or is that a John
No,
question?
functionally, that is what the overlay is. Specific plan is a zone, and you'd have to do a zone change. I mean, if you want it, I don't think you'd want to make everybody pre-existing non-conforming that you put the zone over. So that's why the suggested option is the one that works the best. It's an overlay which doesn't have any negative impact on the existing folks, but at the same time provides opportunities that are a little more specific than a specific
Okay.
plan would allow.
I think it's give you a lot more flexibility. If you're changing the zone, as the city attorney talked about, then those that don't fit in that then become non-conforming. I think the overlay will give you a little more flexibility here.
And I'm fine with the overlay. It seems sometimes we get ourselves in trouble, and what I like about
He wants to keep you out of trouble. but-
well, that's
You just have
that's
to.
another conversation. But the specific
it's an
plan also.
overlay if you do it right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Because I've always thought with the specific plan tied to that, you can just be, I don't like it. Right.
My experience
And-
with when you're doing a specific plan, sometimes it can be more burdensome. I think the overlay will give you more flexibility.
Okay. And I think just my last comment would be that I appreciate the target dates, and maybe in October that with a community workshop, maybe we look at a joint city council planning commission type of workshop also. And I guess the last question maybe to Kevin, where we would ever find it, would it be a benefit to dust off the 6th Street revitalization plan that we did, I don't know how many years ago? It's on a shelf somewhere, but
Almost
know where it is?
I have a copy.
Do you?
I do. I gave it to the historic room, but they have a copy.
Yeah, and I'm just curious if there'd be any thing from back then that would apply today.
You know, there might be. The problem is that those kinds of, I mean, that was a, you know, walking pathways and stores and shops and craftsmen, and I don't know how that would work. But I had a question because, and I'm glad Robin brought it up, is the whole agri-community. But I don't know if this is the right spot for it, but if you were maybe able to tie that into that. Because one of the issues you have in that spot is there will be some back and forth on the historic city hall. And there are people that are going to say, do not tear it down, and there will be people that will say, tear it down, and there will be people that will say, take pictures of it, document it, and tear it down. And so, but that whole idea of, but I don't know, have you ever dealt with an agri community where people, and how do you feel about if we were to dust off that plant? What that was it was little pathways, and you had your horseshoer, and you had your blacksmith, and you had things like that. It was sort of like a destination point, little restaurants and stuff. It was a cool plan. It just got shot down by one guy.
It probably wouldn't hurt just to take a look at it. I'm not, you know, having not seen it. I don't know.
So maybe the Historic Preservation Commission can find that?
I also think, Greg, that it might be, since we have a recreation component tied into this across the street, I think we might want to have the Park and Rec Commission also involved in that meeting.
Okay, so that's all I have for questions.
Greg, if I can, is this a
Okay.
clarification? I don't know if it's Alma or, because I trying to wrap my head around the 24 acres, but on this report, Alma, and you might know, it shows that Chino Basin DeSalt are owning 10.8 acres down there. Is that correct? On that property?
That may be just
I thought it was
easement
1 point.
of the water line. We certainly own the corner of Old Hamner and Detroit right there.
And it's on that list, but that 10 acres is awful big.
Yeah.
And not one.
It wouldn't be with the water line. I mean, just length of water line. Yeah, it's more of an easement.
Acres?
It's more of an easement, Ted.
Huh?
It would be more of an easement, I would think.
Yeah, 10 acres is a lot of property, and it made that from 14 to 24.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've never seen that. I've always thought about 14 or 15 acres there.
We
Nope.
got the land holdings from
So before we proceed, could clarify that for me? Because
Well, Chad can research that.
Yeah.
I know where the equipment is, and that's just right on the corner.
but that's right
there.
on the corner. But they've got those little parcels all listed. But
Mhm.
I don't remember ever seeing a 10-acre parcel there.
I got a feeling it's just easement,
Yeah.
underground stuff.
Okay, just a point of clarification before we start looking for 10 acres we don't got.
I'll get with one of the board members, find out. Okay, Dana, do we have any public comment cards?
I have no speaker cards for this item.
Okay. Once again, thank you for your time, and right on schedule. So we're going to go ahead and adjourn the workshop, and we will adjourn to closed session in just a couple of minutes. Thank you all. Good evening. I'd like to reconvene the public session, and we'll have a report of actions taken in closed session. John?
Yes, the City Council considered the matters listed on the agenda in closed session, and there are no reportable actions.
Okay, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Ted Hoffman, and then the invocation by Pastor Bowman.
Stand for it and join me.
Pastor Bowman. We'll go to our I have a choice of two for standby. Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please join me in a word of prayer. Dear Lord, we come to you today with a thankful heart and in celebration of the work that Andy Okoro has provided to this wonderful city of Norco. We're thankful for his wisdom, financial wisdom, his guidance and direction over the staff of this city. We're thankful for his calm and thoughtful demeanor in his actions and working with council. And dear Lord, we're so thankful that for this time and season in the city of Norco that you've provided Andy for his leadership to our community. Lord, I pray as we go through this meeting that you would be with us, give us wisdom and guidance, and that we would do the things that are right and just for our residents of this community. Pray that you would keep us in this protected little Norco bubble that we're all so proud of being a part of, and be with us as we continue on this meeting. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Robin. Okay, we'll now go into our presentation recognizing retired city manager Andy Okoro. Mr. Okoro first joined the city of Norco as Director of Fiscal and Support Services in 2003 and has served the city as city manager since June of 2013. Many of our partners have joined us here this evening to celebrate and congratulate Andy on his retirement. So I would first like to introduce Riverside County Supervisor Karen Spiegel and her Chief of Staff Phil Pauley. Good evening.
Well, good evening. I'm going to choose not to read because I see a lot of these and we all got the same information. So I think for the essence of time and not being redundant, just want to say a few words to you, Andy. Thank you. Thank you for bringing a community together, keeping them together. And I know the conversations over the years was the finances, and that was your expertise, and you showed everyone that it was your area of expertise. And I know that Norco's in a much better place today than it was before you came. Your leadership style has really risen and allowed other people to rise around you. And that's a very unusual style because usually people want to be on top. You brought people with you. And I think that shows in the community and the involvement and the attendance at events in this town is because it's like a big family. People in Norco are passionate. People in Norco love the city. That's why you're Horsetown, USA. And it takes a good leader to keep that going. You've got great leadership here on the council, but you have 5 bosses and you have to make sure that you make them all happy at the same time. And I have heard positive from all of them. And so You are leaving with your head up high. You are leaving a city in a much better place and a community that loves to live here. I don't know what other words I can say to say thank you.
Do a photo.
Thank you, Supervisor. Next, I'd like to introduce China Clark from Assemblymember Cervantes' office and Kimberly Saran from Senator Richard Ross' office. Welcome.
Awesome. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for allowing Senator Roth and his colleagues to recognize Mr. Andy Okoro for his outstanding service to the City of Norco. Now, I'm not going to read this resolution to you, but I will tell you that the City of Norco is losing an institutional legend. Mr. Okoro has honorably and faithfully served our region by leading the city through some of the most challenging times. The COVID-19 pandemic is just one of them. Mr. Okoro, you are a role model, a mentor to many, and an invaluable source of knowledge. You will be sorely missed. Thank you for all that you have done since 2003. Congratulations. It's fine. I have nothing. He's actually
Thank you so much. Now I'd like to introduce a very good friend of mine, the Deputy Executive Director of RCTC, Aaron Hakey. Evening.
Good evening, Council, and good evening, Andy, members of the public. On behalf of the Riverside County Transportation Commission, I'm here to recognize Andy as well. And as many of you know, there's traffic around here. You might have noticed, and it's a challenge here in Norco, but it's a challenge throughout the whole region and all of the neighboring communities as well. And when we have challenges that are so large, like traffic and transportation and moving around, we need problem solvers, and Andy is one of the best. He has, as the supervisor said, not only risen to the challenge himself, but he's challenged us to rise to the challenges that this community faces and to work to solve them. The biggest one I can think of is the Hamner Bridge that's under construction right now. It's one of the most significant public works projects going on in this county right now. And we did have some challenges getting that going. And when Andy called us, we sprung into action together. And within a few weeks, we had the Secretary of Transportation down here to address the issue, and it got resolved. And that's just one of the stories I have about Andy. And on behalf of the entire commission, of which Councilmember Hoffman sits and Supervisor Spiegel sits, thank you, Andy. And if I can take a moment of personal privilege as a resident of this city, thank you for making this place what it is. This is a wonderful community thanks to your leadership. So thank you.
Okay. Next, I'd like to introduce Corona Norco School District Superintendent, Dr. Sam Brenrostro, and Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Lisa Simon. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening to everyone. And Andy,
just like everyone is saying, thank you for your leadership over the last 10 plus years. Thank you for your partnership as we have dealt with the word that was used as problem solve. As we have issues throughout the city, throughout the district, you've always been a tremendous partner, a friend, a colleague of ours, and you've always provided that balanced leadership, and knowing that I think another word that I would use is clarity. You always keep things pretty simple, which is actually, there's brilliance behind that. So thank you so much on behalf of over 50,000 students and over 6,000 employees, and our board, and on behalf of our Board of Education and Executive Cabinet and our Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Lisa Simon, I want to say thank you. Thank you for everything you've done, and wishing you nothing but the best in your future endeavors. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Next, I'd like to introduce Mr. Kurt Wilson from WRCOG. How are you, Kurt?
I'm doing great.
Good to see you again.
Let's see. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for allowing me to be here. So the role of a city manager is something not a lot of people truly understand, because most of it happens behind the scenes. I've got a lot of firsthand experience in doing that, so I can truly appreciate how much you have brought to this position and how much you have benefited the city. So while you're busy doing all those things to keep the trains on the tracks and just keep the city going, your elected officials are on all these other boards. They've got a million different boards and commissions, which normally is fine because they take care of that part and you run the show. WRCOG, we're a little different. We handle a lot of technical and complicated matters, so we need a technical advisory committee made up of city managers. So because you're on that board, you got roped in to do a lot of those other things. A couple of years ago, WRCOG was going through some really technical and really complicated issues, which meant there was a whole lot more work for the Technical Advisory Committee. And during that time period, the chair of WRCOG was your own Kevin Bash, which meant, once again, or Andy, gets roped into another duty, so he was actually the chair of our Technical Advisory Committee. So a couple of years ago, we're going through the most technical and complicated issues we've gone through in our 31-year history. So we have this group that we rely on and say, hey, come help us out. And the chair of that group happens to be Andy. So his actions, his demeanor, his expertise really led the way for us to work our way through. The support, the guidance you provided to our executive committee really enabled them to make the decisions they made, and are really the reason we were able to come through things so well. So on behalf of myself and all of the WRCOG family, we want to congratulate you, but we want to thank you for all the things that you did for us in our biggest time of need. Congratulations.
Thank you, Kurt. Next, I'd like to introduce Riverside County Fire Chief Bill Weiser and our reigning cow chip champion, Chief Bill Otterman.
Good evening, everyone. Andy, I just came on a couple months ago, and you're a very welcoming man, and that was well appreciated by me. And you're a true gentleman and a true professional. And I'll give it to Chief Weiser.
Thank you very much, Board. Mr. Mayor, what can I say, Andy, as the city manager here, you have been an unwavering supporter of fire and public safety. You have, with your actions, ensured that the fire department remains strong and gives a great service to the public here in the great town of Norco. I also wanted to mention that you have been nothing but a great mentor to so many division chiefs that come through, as well as battalion chiefs. Your leadership and guidance has been fantastic, and I want to say thank you so much. Let's get a picture. I wore my tall shoes. I'm usually 5'7".
Next is Riverside County Sheriff Captain Mike Kohler, Lieutenant Justin Rowan, and Sergeant Avila. Good evening, gentlemen. Good to see you again.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, everyone else who's gathered here tonight. I think it's pretty spectacular, the show of support that's evident for Andy. And unfortunately for me, I've only had the opportunity to experience the benefit of having him around as a resource for the past year. I joined the Norco Sheriff family in August of last summer. And while that hasn't been nearly as long as many of you have known him, he's certainly been a very bright light for me in figuring out the Norco way here. So I appreciate that very much. And I'm very happy for you, a well-deserved retirement.
Good evening, Andy, Mayor, Council. I would just like to echo all the great things said by all the organizations and offices that came up here before us. I worked on and off with Andy since 2009, so I've been in and out of Norco for the last several years, and Andy's always been a great friend and supporter of the Sheriff's Department, so we thank you for that, and you're certainly going to be missed. So if you want to come up here, we'll present you with the plaque. Let me put my glasses on. I'll just read this. It's short and sweet. In recognition and sincere appreciation of your distinguished service, devotion, and friendship, your consistent hard work and dedication has been a major contribution to our success in providing law enforcement services to the citizens of Norco. The Riverside County Sheriff's Department salutes your achievement. We are inspired by your strong work ethic, motivated by your fearless attitude, and humbled by your loyalty. We thank you for your many years of leadership. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you. Next, Western Municipal Water District General Manager Craig Miller, Assistant General Manager Rod Lamone, and District 4 member Laura Roten. Good evening.
Oops. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I had a script, but after listening to everybody, I don't want to go through my script. Everything that's said about Andy personally, we ditto that. We have a strong relationship with the city. We are a major water provider to the city through the Arlington Desalter. As Mr. Hoffman knows and Councilmember Alleman knows, that we are in a relationship through West Riverside County Regional Wastewater Authority, and so all of the city's sewer flows go through that. Now, we're a member agency as well as some other agencies, but we're also the administrator for that operation. And I can say that, you know, we've gone through, as you know, we've gone through a major expansion at West Riverside County Regional Wastewater Authority. Shorten it up, that's RCRA. And that wasn't easy. That was challenging financially and every other way that you can think of it. And we certainly needed leadership, and we needed to certainly come together as a joint powers authority. And we owe an awful lot to Andy's leadership and direction in terms of what has been accomplished there. Certainly on the water side, the relationship that we have with the city has blossomed under his leadership. He's initiated a lot of things that have made things better in terms of that relationship. The movement of water, the pricing of that water, and making sure that we had a collaborative arrangement where Norco could certainly voice their concerns, Western as well, and that collaborative style of leadership
is there with Andy. Everybody else has said that. We ditto that. I could go through this resolution, and I'm an accountant like Andy. I had something to do with this, so there's all these boxes that we kind of check off. But suffice to say, you picked a good city manager here, and he certainly made things, his presence felt with us, and things have been much, much improved in a positive way, help us to better serve the city and really better serve everybody through our relationship with RCRA. So, and on a personal note, I have to say, besides the fact we're both accountants, we've known one another well before Andy coming here to the city. And I think it started with Pasadena. I'm retiring on the same day he is. And so this seems familiar because Andy did this for me earlier at the district and presented me with a proclamation from you folks. And I appreciate that. And our board, Laura Roten here, this is from them, and a little longer than the one we gave you because you did a whole lot here that we need to recognize. So again, you hired a great city manager. Somebody's got some big shoes to fill. And would you like to say something?
Very briefly, thank you for allowing us this time tonight to recognize what is obviously a stellar city manager and human being. And Andy, I know I didn't get the pleasure to work closely with you personally, but I know a lot of you, a lot about you, because I've heard it from community members, I've heard it from your council, and it's always been a positive. So I know you're going to truly, truly be missed, and I thank you that we were able to come tonight and congratulate you. With the back, apparently it's little.
You're welcome. Thank you, Tom and Laura. I'm sorry, Craig. Next, Chief Operating Officer of the RTA, Riverside Transit Agency, Tom Franklin. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, public. I'm just here to recognize Andy Okoro for his 19 years. Andy, the agency has always had an excellent partnership with this city and a great relationship. I personally appreciate that. Makes my job a lot easier. So we have a small token of appreciation. I'm just going to read a portion of it. It's a certificate of recognition and grateful acknowledgement of 19 years of valuable service and support for the city of Norco and its residents. Andy, thank you so much. And as a resident of Norco, I appreciate. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. Okay. Now I'd like to introduce the CEO and co-founder of Caprock Development, Patrick Daniels. Good evening, Patrick.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I represent the private side. And normally we don't have too many positive things to say about city managers. We at best become respectful competitors, and we try to come together and find common ground, because a lot of times our goals and objectives don't always line up. But I didn't want this opportunity to pass. I've been at this for almost 40 years, and we develop property all across the country, multiple states, multiple cities, and I have never wanted to stand up and say anything about a city manager in this environment before, and I'm not sure I ever will. I also want to say, before I do that, thank you to his family, because there's a lot of late hours, a lot of phone calls that don't always occur on the job and at City Hall. And the character of the man is influenced by the family he's a part of. And there's a lot of positive things being said about your husband, your father this evening. And he's influenced by who he spends the most time with. So thank you for sharing him with us. And Andy, the way you've handled our interactions has been very admirable. You've handled our interactions with integrity. I echo the person who used the word clarity earlier, because communication, when it's not done well, can lead to even more problems, more challenges, and more hurdles that take even more stress, more time, and more energy to overcome. It's extremely admirable what you have navigated the city through, a recession almost as bad as a depression in the 1920s and 30s, a worldwide pandemic, and multiple challenges in and around through all the years that you've been here. And how you help navigate our company to be able to move forward with a project that languished for over 30 years and was not generating any revenue, not contributing to the sales tax and the revenue and the economic activities of this community. And so I'm expressing my gratitude for your coaching, your respectful confrontations at times, so that we had a better understanding of how we might navigate this process together. And on behalf of 5 people that had 5 different opinions on what our projects should look like and how they should move forward. I don't know if people are aware of it, but the shelf life of a city manager in California is typically 3 to 4 years. You have far exceeded that. And that's another testimony to your effectiveness, your superior leadership, and how you bring people together to solve problems. We had multiple constituents that wanted to express an opinion and express their positions. And that took us quite a few years, but we got there. And working with the council, we got there. I don't have a proclamation or citation or anything to give you, but from a private developer, we thank you. Again, I've never stood and praised a city manager in any city I've ever dealt with. So I'm very grateful that I had the opportunity to work with you, work together through some challenging issues, and hopefully one day when we get finished, you'll drive by and realize how much you had to influence and direct us and guide us to get a project, hopefully, that the city will be very, very proud of for a very long time. So thank you, and congratulations on a great career.
Thank you, Patrick. Okay. Norco resident, Karen Roper, City of Corona Homeless Solutions Manager. Good evening, Karen.
Andy, as the mayor said, I come here tonight wearing 2 hats. And the first hat that I want to wear is the hat of being a resident of this town for 35 years and seeing the absolute amazing transformation that you brought to this city. You are so genuine and kind and caring to the residents, and it shows with how you treat them. You've always been available and been such a team player to bring your staff and various departments together to try to troubleshoot and problem solve. And I have seen what you did to take this town, when we used to have dangerously low reserves, to healthy reserves, to keep us in a position where we could be ready to weather a fiscal storm in uncertain times. If you want to know about a leader, you ask his staff. Every single staff person that I've ever interacted with and talked about you, they love you, they admire you, and that says a lot for your leadership and the way that you bring your team together. So for all the things that you did to this town to protect and fight for our animal way of lifestyle and everything that we hold dearly, I thank you for your leadership. With my hat as a City of Corona employee, I can't thank you enough for the leadership that you brought to work with your city council to bring to fruition the development of a very unique collaborative between the City of Corona and the City of Norco to address homelessness. That unique collaborative has been recognized by your Supervisor Karen Spiegel. She's talked about it at multiple regional meetings. And as your council knows, has been recognized recently by the California League of Cities to be showcased across the entire state. And in fact, their staff writer loves the unique partnership so much, they're doing a two-part story because they want to focus more in on the City of Norco. And you really helped to bring it together. If you figure when we first started on April the 7th of 2021, by April your council approved the MOU. The next day you had your whole entire team, all the city departments together with myself, with CityNet, to develop all the protocols. By Saturday the 10th, we had launched the program, and in 2 weeks the shelter program was full. You've celebrated with us when you've seen your residents that were seniors or families or single adults who were in this town as residents that were homeless that now have shelter and services and housing. And I just can't thank you enough for everything that you did. And I will close by saying that, prior to coming to the City of Corona, I worked for the County of Orange for 35 years. I dealt with a lot of city managers in my time. And I can tell you that the success of a city, the perfect formula is visionary elected officials, which you have, and an amazing leader like you that knows how to provide the tools and support to staff to make it happen. You have the magic here in Norco because you're the whole package, and I just want to wish your beautiful wife and your son and daughter and you an amazing retirement. I'm so excited for you. I want to thank you all for the support that you gave him to serve our city. And, Andy, I'll just say this. You never know what door is going to open because I retired after 35 years for the county. And here I am in retirement full time, loving life. So if you find something that you love, and you decide that you want to do something else besides spending time with your beautiful family, find something that you love and you'll never work a day in your life, as a wise person once said. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I don't have anything to present to you except my deep, deep gratitude for everything that you've done. And I was wondering, would it be okay if, I know you'll take a photo, may I have your family up here too in the photo? Because I just would, do you guys mind? I would love to have a memory with your family and you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, as we're getting down to our final words, I'm going to give the last word to our former mayor, Mr. Berwin Hanna.
Thank you and good evening, Mr. Mayor and council and staff, and dang, I'm glad y'all are the ones sitting up there and I'm not. Although it was fun and it was hard for a few times, but I gotta say this, I've worked with a lot of people in my life, and Andy, you gotta be one of the best ones, the most fair person, And like somebody had said earlier about financials, I think the first, I got on council in 2007, I believe, and the first recession was about maybe 2010. And our former city manager, Beth Groves, and Andy, and everybody got together and started making cuts, and together we pulled it out. And then we had another one later that everybody worked together, but we've had a lot of trying times. Kevin will tell you that, because he was sitting up here when we started on Silver Lakes. The opposition of a couple of clowns that no longer live here in Norco, one of them being a former councilman and one of them being a former planning commissioner. But they dealt this gentleman misery over that great park over there. And then that wasn't enough. They filed charges on us at the district attorney's office, the grand jury, the district attorney, and I think one of the happiest days. And the whole time I was on the council was when Andy called me and told me that the DA had hand-delivered a letter over here that Norco had done nothing wrong. And it was so funny, it wasn't very long until those two clowns moved out of state, and we hadn't seen them since. But they dealt this gentleman and the staff just tons of misery. But Andy, you've always done a good job. You were always very fair. I really enjoyed working with you. On the council for 13 years, and I remember about 2 years before I decided to run for council, I was coming to meetings, and I sat up here and watched how the former council, some of them would fight and argue, and they never got anything done. They'd go to 1 o'clock in the morning or something like that. But we, the last 4 years I was on here, and everything, we didn't always agree, but we got a lot of work done, a lot of good stuff for the city, and all of it was because he was guiding us with the checkbook and what we could spend and what we couldn't. And I just always appreciate that, Andy. I appreciate you. And like the people said there before, thank your family for sharing him with us. And when first started meeting with Andy, at first we kind of had a little accent problem, but we worked that out where we could understand each other. And during all those rough and rocky times that we had, I thank John. He was here to guide us along and keep us all out of jail, and I appreciate everything, Andy. So, Andy, I'd like to get a picture with you, buddy, and shake your hand. You bet.
Thank you, Berwin. Would council like to join me down at the podium, please?
Mayor, we had one public.
I apologize. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do, Mayor.
Thank you.
Matter of fact, we have one. Jeff Cahan.
Sorry, Jeff. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you and appreciate this opportunity. It's an honor and a privilege to join this distinguished group of people to thank Andy for his service here to the city. As Kevin would tell it, we had, $26 in the bank or something, right? A few years back. And Andy, through your leadership and guidance, you've been able to get us out of that very hard financial position where we're in a very healthy position. So as a resident, a 23-year resident, I want to thank you for helping keep our city strong. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention, as a member of the Veterans Committee, that I would think one of your crowning achievements when you retire that you can look back and be so proud of is the Veterans Memorial that we were able to build in this city. So personally, and as a member of the committee, I want to thank you for that, because that will be a testament to your leadership forever here in this town. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other public comments? Hearing none.
You just keep grinning. I just know how happy you are. Some of our partners, Andy, couldn't be here this evening, but still wanted to celebrate your retirement. We have the recognitions over there on the table. Congressman Ken Calvert, City of Urupa Valley, City of Corona, and the City of Eastvale. I'd like now to give each of our council members chance to make some remarks, and we'll start with Catherine. Councilmember Allman.
I have my little post-it here. I'm a teacher. I take notes. So everyone here really is a testament, right, to who Andy is and what he's done for the city. We have a room full of very happy people, and that says a lot. Andy is a public servant in the truest sense of the word. Sometimes government officials get a bad rap, right? But I don't know that Andy's ever had that. There hasn't, I don't think, ever been a day in his life when he didn't show up to his job and work as hard as he could and do the best that he could and do the best by everyone that he came into contact with. He is professional, dedicated, hardworking. He is a man of integrity, and he's honest. He is extremely knowledgeable. I have spent many, many hours of meetings with him asking every question that I could think of to better understand how our city's finances work, and he has always had those answers or found those answers or pointed me in the right direction. 3 things that you might not know about Andy that I learned about him in these hours of many meetings. He loves open space. He spends a lot of time walking and hiking. His favorite food is hamburgers. He loves In-N-Out, and he loves roller coasters. So I'm wishing you lots of walks, lots of roller coasters, and In-N-Out. You're going to have to come back and buy it in Norco so we get that measure our tax. Andy is very patient, and he's calm under pressure. And you will be very missed. But we won't give you too much time to miss us because we have your phone number. So we will still be calling you. And just really want to thank you for your years of service and dedication to the city of Norco. Thank you, Andy.
Well, Andy, this is really sad for me. Why? Uh-oh. So there is a story. So when I got on council, we had a really good city manager, in my opinion, and she left like in one day. It was like we not quite, but we had this big plan. And I was all excited, and we were moving forward. We had no money. We had to lay off like everybody in the whole place. It was really a hard time, and she went on to bigger and better things, and I called up Kathy Azevedo. I says, what are we going to do? I called up Berwin, and we're like, we need a city manager. And it might have been Berwin who said, well, have you talked to Andy? I can't even remember how it went down. So anyway, I go into Andy's office, and I say, Andy, have you ever thought about being city manager? And we kind of heard he didn't want to do it, and he said, well, yeah. So I went back, and we said, well, let's give him a flyer, and he's been here ever since. The one thing about Andy is I've always been proud of him. And I don't know if you know what that, if you hang around with a lot of elected officials, they talk dirt on their city managers. I don't know if you know that or not. Well, my city manager, well, I always said, no, I have the best city manager in Riverside County, best city manager in Los Angeles County, best city manager in California. And I meant it. He saved Norco. The reality is financially, we were totally we were dead. And I didn't know where the money was going to come from. We had depended on the auto mall, which basically collapsed in the downturn. And I can remember going to Andy talking about diversifying income during his time. We brought in Hobby Lobby, Tractor Supply, CarMax. I mean, we went out and we just decided we were going to find different ways to fund the city. Silver Lakes, Beth got it started. And I mean, that's a project that should have died 1,000 times over. Andy somehow saved it, and that has become probably the premier venue of its type, literally, in California and the western United States. I can remember going with him to different conferences, and at one point all we had to communicate with people was the water bill. And I remember being with Andy going, you know, Andy, I like that way of communicating and that way. And he's like, no, we're working on that, we're working on that, we're working on that. And now we have a better website. We have ways of communicating with residents that we didn't have before. One of the things that we came up with, we didn't have good emergency services. I don't know if you know this, but for a city our size to have a sheriff's substation, which we had 2 council people wanting to get rid of it, we have a first-class emergency system that coordinates the entire city with our police and with our fire. It's this center that truthfully, I knew he talked about it, but until I went to it, I couldn't believe he put it together. The Gold Star Family Memorial, the George Ingalls Memorial. The story is the day we broke ground, we didn't have a penny. And we're all smiling, going, yeah, we're going to build this for our 50th anniversary as a city. Somehow, Andy found $500,000, like out of nowhere. And that's what got us started, and then we got another $1 million or so in donations and things. 6th Street, I don't know if people remember what 6th Street looked like 10 years ago. Look at it now, it's really a beautiful street. I don't know if most people know, but we are in the middle of the largest, most expansive infrastructure road repairing boom in the history of our city. Our water system, he completely renovated our water system, utilizing Chad, of course, he had something to do with it. But Andy has figured, when I got on council, we had no water in the water fund because previous councils wanted to get elected and they were afraid to raise the rates. So we had this ginormous rate increase, which Beth had to sort of do, but now all of our water funds, our sewer funds, all those funds, they're in the black. We literally could run our city without taking in a single penny for an entire year, and we would be totally fine. So the list is just huge. I was just sort of jotting notes, but as a resident of the city of Norco, I just so much want to thank Andy. He has been a mentor to me. We are a very passionate council. Andy is kind of like the eye of the storm. He's always calm, and there are times, boy, when I've been like really upset with him, and he just stays calm, and I deeply, deeply appreciate that. And the truth of the matter is, Andy, if you were going to stay, we probably would give you a lifetime contract. That's how much we think of you. I will personally miss you. I consider you not only our city manager, but as a friend. And thank you for saving Norco. Yeah.
Well, Kevin always hard guy to follow, just like Council Member Grunmeyer. But Andy, the one thing you did teach me, soccer. The man could talk about soccer and everything you want to know. Well, I got to go and watch the game. And he was talking about European soccer, and I could talk about all the things he's done in town, but there's a lot of fun stuff. And when he brings that passion with the soccer, he, just like Silver Lakes, he is so involved with that passion, and that's what he did. Everything he jumped into. But there are little fun stories that go up on the Cal League conventions. Did he bring home all that swag? He does, doesn't he? He loves swag. We're going through, we're going through all these booths. He's got pencils, he's got erasers, he's got, he's got it, and he's like, wow, yeah, he loved that stuff. It's fun stuff like that that I'm going to remember. It's sitting in his office, and as earlier Kurt Wilson was talking about being on the technical advisor committee. We were on one, and Andy was there, and we'd ride back together, and he goes, "Oh, they're in trouble," and it's true. It's just his honesty about stuff is really is good. It's just how do you do it, and he would tell you they're way overextended or it may work. And you always remember that, because I'd go into his office and say, "Hey, do you think we can do this?" And we try to do this. And I was already for the no. No, we can't do that. He would come up a couple days later, that might work. So it's that kind of your ability to foresee things that we didn't see, your vision, and a lot of fun. And like I said, who's winning the soccer games and stuff like that, he knew. So that's what I'm going to remember, Andy, and all the hard work you do. Thank you for your years of service to this community. Thank you.
So, Andy, 2 words, unbiased, which is very rare these days. So when you went to Andy with discussion or ideas or topics, it was very unbiased. Here's this side, here's this side. Now take that information and go back and figure it out. And a lot of times I feel like leadership will kind of try and steer you or direct you, and Andy was very, very good about being unbiased and a very principled person. You hear integrity, honesty, all those words. Andy is a man of principle, and so appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing Andy with us. I'll make you one promise, and Andy promised me in his retirement he will not be working on plumbing fixtures in the house. Okay? Keep them away from home improvements. I know it. I got the message. As Robin alluded to, Andy, you've been a friend. You have an extremely high moral bar, and I've always appreciated that with you. I'm going to save some of these things for tomorrow afternoon, but at Day of the Cowboy, when you became the honorary Day of the Cowboy, you are one of the best-looking gentlemen in a cowboy hat. and I sincerely mean that. With all your accomplishments, one of the most important, and we've talked about it, is your hard work, your diligence on Measure R. That, I think, is so critical in bringing the city to the position that we are in now. So, thank you for everything. We've known each other a real long time. Gonna miss you, buddy. But thank you.
And we don't have anything to give you either, so come take a picture with us.
I do want to ask you to say a few words, if you'd like to. Or you don't have to.
Good evening, everyone. I'm truly overwhelmed this evening by the level of support that I have received here this evening. When the discussion about retirement came up, I've always been telling my staff I don't want to do anything. I would just rather clean out my office and call it a day. But this is beyond what I expected. The easiest thing for me to do right now would be to say thank you to all and say goodbye. But I have to say a few words. There are a lot of people that have played a role in me getting to the finish line. That is where I am headed with my career. First of all, of course, I want to thank my family. my wife, and our son Henry is here, and our daughter Chelsea is here. Most of you may know I have 3 other kids. They are not here this evening, but wherever they are, I do owe them a lot. My wife, just working for both of us, and also trying to raise a family is not an easy thing to do, especially in a sometimes very stressful environment. So I do want to thank my wife for being there, being so encouraging and very considerate. I do also want to thank my kids. They have been very good kids, but they are also the reason I don't have any hair. You just never know where that next surprise is going to come from, right? So, but I do appreciate the fact that they have done what they have done to hopefully be good citizens. But I also want to thank the residents of Norco. The passion that they bring to the affairs of the city of Norco, I believe, is what makes this town very unique. When I first came here, I wasn't sure how it was going to work out. I'm coming in a very unique community, and I'm a unique person to some extent. I think Bowen talked about the accent. And so I really wasn't quite sure. But over the years, I have come to appreciate the residents of this community for being supportive of me as a city manager, and even when I was the director of fiscal and support services. Usually when a city manager gets to talk to a resident is at the time when things have been escalated to the top, right? And even in those situations where we had disagreement, it's all been very respectful and very mutual. And I can say this, 95% or more of the residents that I have encountered in this town have treated me with open hands, and we've been able to resolve the issues that they came to me for. And that's what I encourage every public servant to do. Find a way to say yes, find a way to solve a problem that is brought to your attention. So I am very grateful for all of them. Some of them have sent me personal emails thanking me. In fact, I got a couple of emails from residents of Corona. They must think Corona is part of Norco, So I do appreciate the welcome, and getting to the finish line means obviously this isn't something I have done on my own. It's been a teamwork. I do want to acknowledge all of our city employees, especially all the department heads that are sitting here this evening. Sometimes I may not be the most fun city manager to work with, but I'm proud of what we have accomplished. I'm proud of the fact that we focused on big things. We think big, and we are small, but we are very mighty. We've done a lot for the residents, and I'm happy to see that they are going to continue and thinking big and continue to deliver for the residents of Norco. We have a very, very strong team here, and we have an incoming city manager. The good thing about this transition here is a transition that was planned. It isn't something that just happened like that, as like you see in many cities where the transition is not smooth. I think the fact that this has been carefully planned, the city council have done their job going through a very rigorous recruitment process and have identified and hired a city manager. I think all the good things that we've done here will continue to be preserved and continue with much success. You know, there are a lot of elected officials here tonight that have come in here to say many nice things about me, and I'm the one that should be saying all these good things about them. They have been there for the city of Norco. They have helped me, even on a personal level, when I have reached out to them. Not minding whatever politics that is involved. I've reached out to Republicans, to Democrats that are elected in this area, and they have always come to the help of the city of Norco. I thank you very much for showing up here tonight. Karen, folks from Senator Ross' office, Assembly Member Sabrina Cervantes, Western Municipal Water District folks, our CTC folks, all of you that have come here this evening. You helped make my job a little easier here in the city of Norco because of the help you have offered to me to help me do my work. But it's also because you care about your constituents and you want Norco to be a good place. And I am very grateful for all that you have done for the city of Norco and for me personally. There are plenty of other officials that are here tonight that have spoken, and I'm very grateful to all of you for being here to support me and support the city of Norco. Again, this is more than what I expected. There are friends here that Rod Lamont from Western Municipal Water District. I truly appreciate your friendship all these years, and you have helped mentor me, and I appreciate that. Beth Groves is back there as our former city manager, and she helped mentor me as well, and helped me to gain the confidence that I needed in order to be a successful city manager. She's always kept in touch with Norco, and she's always kept in touch with me. So I do appreciate that. I value the guidance that you have provided to me to help me be successful. Patrick, I do appreciate all the kind words you said to me here about me. Your project is certainly a project of significance to the city of Norco. I would guess that this project is perhaps the biggest project that is being built in Norco, and probably be the biggest ever built in the city of Norco, because we don't have that much land left to develop. So it's going to be a project that is going to help sustain the lifestyle of this city, and I'm grateful to you for bringing the project to the city of Norco. Like you said, yeah, we encountered a lot of challenges along the way, but at the end of the day, I think those challenges resulted in a project that is going to be what the city was looking for, and I hope from an economics perspective that project also is beneficial to your company. The city council. This city council and some of the past city council, you gave me the chance to become your city manager, and I truly appreciate that. I think our relationship has been very rewarding to me, and you are the ones that helped me get to this finish line. Could have fired me anytime, but you decided not to. And I appreciate that. Even when things were rough and tough, recognize where my weaknesses were, and at the end of the day, I'm sure past the weaknesses that I had. Very strong, both from financial perspective and from the economic development that we've done here, the infrastructure that we've put in place, some of the things that we have done to preserve the long-term durability of the city. And I encourage you to continue to pay attention to the big things and to of than is even today. So again, I get a chance to speak and talk with the staff more tomorrow, but I am truly grateful to everyone that showed up here this evening. Thank you for your kindness, and thank you for coming.
Get a photo with you.
Thank you so
Christ, that you've spoken more than I've ever heard you.
We'll go ahead and just take a short 5-minute break in case any of you would like to leave, or you're welcome to stay also.
we'll get back to it. Briefly, we're going to run through city council reports on regional boards.
Just a moment, we'll get the presentation.
Okay, and we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Grunmeyer on council communications.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nothing to report.
Catherine?
On August 8th, I attended the Riverside County Housing Policy Leadership Academy through SCAG. This session really focused on housing laws and funding at the state and federal level. And to see all the other places that I've been, you can check my social media. Thank you.
Kevin?
I guess the important one was Bill Wilkman, Andy, and myself had a meeting with a Zoom meeting with the State Historic Preservation Officer Julian Polanco, and we got clarification on how to take the recommendation by the State Historic Preservation Commission to expand the National Register of the Norconian to include the naval properties, the U.S. Naval Hospital, and the Fleet Missile Systems Analysis and Evaluation Group. We kind of got different information than we got from the keeper, but what her recommendation was is that we will submit the appeal of the Navy's stuff, and then they will backtrack to her, and she, I think, will be supportive of our position. She seemed to be. She was quite complimentary. And then, so we'll submit the nomination, the Navy's rebuttal, and our rebuttal to the Navy rebuttal. And hopefully it will turn out well. So we'll see what happens.
Thank you, Kevin. Ted?
Like August 10th, met with the staff representatives for the August 25th memorial ceremony. That's why we're going to honor and remember the 13 fallen service members that were killed in Kabul on August 26th. One of the things I'm very proud of, for those that you don't know, for the last 2 years, we have been unable to conduct a flag retirement ceremony normally held right around Veterans Day, but because of the wind, the weather, and COVID, we had over 2 years ourselves, and the American Legion had over 2 years worth of retired flags to take care of. I appreciate everybody that came up and helped it. I really do. It was important. And then again, I want to thank Amanda and her staff. We have been really working hard on Ingalls Park improvements up there, and Todd, along with Patty, and that we're trying to look for improvements, and we'll bring that back up to the master plan committee soon and see what we can do when we get some numbers. And then I had an RTA agency annual orientation meeting, and Mr. Franklin's left, but normally they do that. We sit there and we all chat. We get to get a tour of the bus yard. This year it was all Zoom, and it was pretty interesting. It's one of the things you don't realize how important, or how intricate, and how intertwined that agency is with all the cities on the western part of the county and reaching into Corona. If you jump on a dial-a-ride in Corona or the Corona Cruiser, that's all part of the RTA deal. So it's really important to do it. And thank you. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ted. And then just briefly, I attended the special board of directors meeting for the Chino Basin Desalter Authority. Okay, let's move on to the consent calendar. Do we have any items that need to be pulled?
2D.
2D?
2D, yes.
You say B, Kevin, or
D? D is
D,
in
D as in
dog.
dog?
Donut. Doherty.
David.
Doorknob.
Mr. Mayor,
Dump
2C
truck.
is in Charles, if he gets talking.
G?
C as in Charles. Thank you.
Okay.
Motion to approve the rest.
What?
Honorable
Sorry.
Mayor.
One
You're
second.
right. Sorry, my fault.
Mayor, we do have staff member would like to pull item 2J for discussion. There was actually a
you.
change to the MOU, and it is before you, so that'll be what will be discussed.
Okay. And do we have any public comments?
I have no public comments cards for the consent calendar.
Okay. Thank you. Now, Kevin, I'll ask for a motion to approve the consent calendar. Remaining items.
Okay. There's no public comments?
For the items.
Yeah, I was just making sure. I see some people talking back there.
Yes, when the item 2J is called, we do have public comment cards for that.
Got it. Yeah, motion to approve the rest.
Second.
Please vote. And motion passes unanimous.
Thank you. Okay, 2C, Councilmember Hoffman.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to, I know we'll have to pull it to put it on there. But before I do, and I think this is just a correction on their minutes, real quick on that. We still have Commissioner Askey.
The minutes have been corrected, correct.
Okay, so
He's no longer
they're
on
being
there.
corrected.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
All
I
right.
have corrected
And
that.
the other one I want to pull is, that would be item 5A on the Planning Commission minutes. And so if I'm not correct, we have to hold that till the
That'll
following.
be an appeal,
Correct.
correct.
Can I ask a question on that? On that item, John? More. 5A was a site plan 2022-06 and a conditional use permit to allow a 6,300 square foot office and retail showroom. Yeah. My question is, this was a code case?
Yes.
For over 3 years, approximately, since
That's probably
2019.
That's probably about right. It was not exactly straightforward. There were some issues concerning what the potential zoning was. We actually ultimately filed a lawsuit, retained a lawyer. It was during a pandemic when the courts were shut down. We entered default and finally ended up settling the matter, including the payment of attorney's fees.
Okay. And has it typically been a policy that until the obviously the code case has been satisfied by the lawsuit, but to have the site cleaned up and all those issues removed before we entertain a project?
I mean, I guess the answer to that is no, because there's nothing which no answer fits every circumstance. In this case, it wasn't quite so straightforward. The initial view of staff was that what he intended to do there wasn't permitted under the zone, and there was a split zoning of the parcel. The next contention, essentially, from the city's point of view, was that it was required, even if it was permitted, to be retail, and we went through a lot of discovery. His position is that it was retail. He provided his website that the city viewed it as essentially manufacturing. His view was that he was kind of like a renewal by Anderson, a window company, that they contact him and say, I need these X windows replaced, which is what he does, and he gets the parts to do that at his place of business, and then takes them out and installs them just like Renewal by Anderson does. His position was that even though retail, that folks didn't walk in the front door, kind of like the normal mom and pop retail, that his retail was online, and it was purely retail. I mean, he gave us, contracts and his retail sales number, and the bottom line of all that was that getting to where we got took a lot of time and a lot of discussion. It wasn't that straightforward. Frankly, I don't know that if we had have gone in and attempted to get a receiver appointed to get it cleaned up, that we would have been successful because of the legal dispute. But the answer to the real question is, no. What the city's approach generally is granted this one took a long time, the pandemic didn't help, but the city's position is, let's solve the problem and get it right, however we do that. That it's not a matter of trying to punish, it's trying to bring whatever the code violation is into compliance. And I wouldn't say otherwise. Obviously it took a long time. I mean, the litigation didn't take that long. I mean, the 3 years began obviously before the city attorney's office was involved. But, like I said, in part because of the issues with the court being essentially closed for the bulk of this time, this ended up being the best solution. And as I said, he paid the attorney's fees.
This was pre-COVID, but I guess my next question before we had future agenda, is that what you're asking for, Ted, to have this discussion?
Yeah, and only because the case took so long for 3 years, and my understanding is he had to clean up and correct the issues other than just the zoning, and then we give him, okay, now he has, and I know there, because that's how it's that we have to worry about agenda. And that was one of the reasons I pulled it. I mean, it took us 3 years to get this thing up. He goes in, he gets his site plan approval, and now he's good to go. And are we going to get stuck with another 3 years? And
no, he's not good to go. And if he doesn't get it approved and constructed, then he is in violation of the settlement agreement, and he's out. He's done. I mean, the court will tell him you're done.
Okay, is there? And I don't want to get too much into the weeds. Is there a timeline on that?
Yes.
And that's my question,
because
Ted.
we don't get that. We don't get the full deal in our agenda minutes.
Yeah, because I mean, actually, the discussion we're having now generally is a discussion which we have in closed session.
Right. So I think.
But now that I mean, this matter from the legal point of view has been solved or resolved. But if he doesn't, I mean, he's had specific timelines within which he had to submit plans and get approvals, and then construction. And if he doesn't, then he shuts down, and he cleans the place up.
So, Ted, do you want to have this agendized as an appeal?
Yeah.
Okay, and then and I'm fine with that. I'll support that. Is that my question? Is this agreement that he has certain milestones to meet? Will this, by having this on the next agenda, will that delay that agreement that we have, or the milestones that need to be met for submittals or anything like that? Shouldn't, but
yeah, obviously shouldn't.
Okay.
Because the potential existed that he wouldn't be approved by the planning commission. But if I mean, I hear two things kind of. One is the appeal of the planning commission approvals and the modifications they made to his submittals. That's a kind of a different subject than discussing the specifics of how we got to where we got.
I'm not going to, and just, I don't want to go to the point where I make this a bigger deal than it is. My whole point was that it took us 3 years, and boom, we get this thing going, and like I said, we don't get the full minutes when we come through. We get the short version. And so I'm glad they denied the conditional use permit for those buildings. So at this point, I'm just gonna go ahead and just let it go, and hopefully Alma and the building, we do it. But if it's gonna take us another 3 years, I'm definitely gonna bring it back.
Yeah, no, that's, we've got a number of things out of the settlement agreement and resolving the litigation, and one of them is that a court will tell him you're in breach of the settlement agreement and will enforce it, and he shuts down.
Okay. All right.
Okay. And then, Andy, could you please have staff give council a report on this, what the settlement agreement is? We don't have any of that information.
You know, I'm actually, I'm happy to, the settlement agreement is a public document. I'm happy to send it out to you tomorrow.
Okay, great. Okay.
Yeah. This one was frustrating. This in a number of cases during this time are somewhat frustrating for the lawyer side too. Is a combination of not having access to courts at all. The default judgment took a year plus just to get a default on calendar, when that's usually a 30-day process. And this gentleman who wanted to comply during the pandemic wasn't replacing too many windows, and he was struggling economically, and we'd lean on him, and he'd have to hire a lawyer, and didn't want to add a long story, but this was just one of those that.
And don't get me wrong, I think Planning Commission did a good job on this. I really do. I wanted to make sure that the follow through was there.
Yeah. Okay.
And so with that, unless somebody else has anything to say, I'd go ahead and approve the 2C of the consent calendar.
Did you want to make any comments?
Second, I just would like to see I read the minutes in the Planning Commission, and that wasn't included, so I'd like to see what was agreed to. So I'll second that.
Okay. Have a motion and a second.
Please vote. A motion passes unanimous.
Thank you, Dana. Item 2D, Kevin.
So thank you very much. Ted, I don't know how this happened, but we've been asking to get that sign changed for, well, since at least 2014, 2015. And I don't know how you did it. I think, Ted, you talked to somebody, and so working together, Ted and Amanda figured out a way to do it, and I just wanted to thank you. I think it's a great change, and I know one electrician who's going to be very, very happy about this.
I hate to say it, Kevin, but I went to the women in charge, and they made it happen. And with that, Amanda found out today that we can, instead of abbreviating it to the Ingalls Equestrian Event Center, it'll actually still say the George Ingalls Equestrian Event Center.
With
So that's
that,
good.
I make a motion we approve.
Second.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you. Item 2J.
Thank you, Honorable
Michelle?
Mayor and members of Council. Staff is wanted to pull this item to add a new condition to the MOU that's before you this evening for consideration and approval. It's an obligation pertaining to vendors at the rural farmers and artisans market, and it's been added to section 6J, subsection 8, which is highlighted in front of you on the dais. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And with that, I would ask for approval.
Any questions for staff? Hearing none. Dana, do we have any cards on this matter?
For item 2J, yes. The first speaker is Matthew Highland. Matthew Highland.
Good evening.
Hello. I'm here to talk about the EAT Center real quick. My name is Matthew Highland, and I was the graduate of the second cohort at the EAT Center program. Before my wife and I moved here, we wanted to lead a self-sufficient lifestyle. During our search for a home, we knew that we wanted land. Norco provided the opportunity to allow us to have a nice home and a decent amount of property, but still be in a location where we can commute to both of our jobs. With the EAT program, we gave us the opportunity and the confidence to live the lifestyle that we always dreamed of. The EAT Center program is not only a program to learn how to farm, but it's a community of like-minded people and individuals to strive to grow their own food and become resilient and less reliant on social norms. With the help of the program, my wife and I have become able to grow a wide range of fruits and vegetables, process our own meat. During the growing season, we were able to provide 75% of our food from our property. Being an agricultural community, the EAT Center is a beneficial program to Norco. Without this program and the support of the council for the agricultural practices of the town, will become another place for citizens to develop their land into RV storage, boat storage, or accessory dwelling units, and the agriculture community will disappear. Please support the EAT program because it is an invaluable resource to the Norco community. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Tara Young.
Hi, Tara.
Hi, guys. I think you all know who I am. So, and you all know my story a little bit, how I've been here 4 years and dreamed about being a farmer, and here I am thanks to the EAT Center. The name of my farm is Tavelli Ranch. Eggs are my specialty. I have chicken eggs. I sell chicken eggs, I sell turkey eggs and guinea eggs, which I've talked with Kevin about. Soon I will be selling my duck eggs, as even before I came here tonight, I was corralling ducks into their new pen. So I'll be able to sell duck eggs now. And all I can say is that I went through the EAT Center. I was through the first class. And, you know, the EAT Center has really changed my life. It's been, the community that I've gotten to know through that class, through fellow farmers, through just the customers that I meet at the farmers market. I mean, they're irreplaceable. This is such a tight community, and I'm so proud to be part of this community in agriculture. So one of the things that I think that the EAT Center can provide is not only, it's like long-term. It's a long-term trajectory for our community. And what I see is people can know Norco as the place to come to for when they want to have fresh meat, when they want to have humanely raised meat, or they want eggs that are grown local. They don't want to buy supermarket eggs. They want eggs that are fresh and from humanely raised birds, or fruits or vegetables. Norco can be the place to be. We can be an agricultural mecca for people to find food. And the great thing is that the EAT Center has provided tools for our community to grow in that. So the great thing is I specialize in eggs, but I don't have to grow every single thing. I can come home from the farmer's market with a ton of stuff. I come home with a loaf of bread. I come home with beautiful eggplants and zucchini, peppers, onions, all of the stuff that was raised right here in our town. So pretty much almost every meal I make has food in it that came from Norco itself. Now, if we expand on that, we can even have, somebody who's known for butchering, and so we can grow on meats, we can grow in dairy, we can grow in other things. So, I don't know. I guess I'm just saying that this is a really great long-term strategy to preserve the agricultural lifestyle using a tool as great as the Eat Center that's going to help our community and members on our community grow in their skills to specialize in whatever it is that they choose to specialize in. So thanks, guys.
Thank you, Tara.
Our next speaker is Abigail Gibson.
Good evening.
There, thank
Hi.
you. I just want to say that the Eat Center has been central in me finding my community here. I moved here from downtown Long Beach 2 years ago at the start of the pandemic. I knew no one, I could meet no one, and I wasn't sure how I'd fit into the community here. But the Eat Center, I found the classes and I found my community. The agricultural and Burritos Veteran Ranch. It's brought together so many different people for us. I've been able to hone my own skills in homesteading and living self-sufficiently, learning to grow vegetables, learning to process my own meat. All of that came from the Eat Center. I went through most of the second cohort class. And Patrick does a wonderful job of including everyone, making things easy to understand, making himself available to the community with projects and questions and really any kind of support that we need. And I think he deserves our support, the community support, because of everything that it does. It's a diverse group of people. Everyone, no matter how big or small you want to grow or raise or however you want to do it, like, you can get your start there. And I think in this day and age, it's just such a it's an important skill that we need to get back to, is being able to provide for ourselves and not having to depend on grocery stores and all the things that sometimes we haven't been able to get during the pandemic, when the grocery stores were sold out, when truck drivers weren't getting through. We have our own home garden now. I taught myself to process chickens during the pandemic, and I'm starting to give classes on that. But all of that started at the Eat Center, and so I just think it is a well worth program that's just needed in every community, not just ours. So if they could expand more and grow, that would be great. But I think for Norco in particular, with the lifestyle that we all love here, it's very important to everyone. And that's it.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Ty Mitchell.
Good evening.
I'm Ty Mitchell. I know most of the people on the council. Been resident for 35 plus years. Got involved with this program recently. It's kind of neat. It's given me another outlet. You know, city living in a rural atmosphere is more than this riding down the trails, which I do a lot. Rural also means farming. And this program has taught me how to farm better and has given me an outlet. I never thought I would participate in a farmer's market, and it's a low-cost option for people that have never done it before. It's in town. You can buy, sell, trade the different products that you have learned to raise, learn better ways to manage the property, better ways to irrigate the property. Patrick's done an outstanding job. So I really support the farmers market and trying to keep the costs down, because there's times that it's building, but it's tough to spend, $30, $40 and you make 20. And you want to support the program
But if the costs go up too much, then the small people like me that are just getting into it aren't going to be able to afford to continue learning and being able to help feed the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Brendan Byrne.
How you doing?
Howdy. So glad to be here. Thank you guys for having me up today. My name is Brendan Byrne, resident of Norco for 10 years now, and I am here to come and support Eat Cultural Center and all the great work they've been doing down there. I think it's pretty obvious at this point that prices are rising on all foodstuffs, and Norco's in a unique position where we can actually be producing all the food that we need. We don't need to be running out and importing tons of ridiculous stuff, because you know what, we have the land, we have the knowledge, we have the people who can actually be producing the food that we need to feed our animals and to feed ourselves. And so I think Patrick is really instrumental in ensuring that this knowledge of how to do this properly and sustainably and regeneratively he's facilitating it into the entire city. He's really enabling us to come together and learn how to produce food for ourselves and for our community. He's offering ways for the community to come together and actually organize and build. And also, I want to also mention that he's done great work on the property down there, the management of the entire cultural center, the old city hall. It looks fantastic. He's redone, replanted all the trees. There's a ton of work that we've volunteered at the center as well. Everyone's coming together and providing more services in that area. So I'm really happy to be here and in support of this wonderful movement, and it's doing a lot of good work. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cynthia Ross.
Hi.
Thank you. My daughter and I started our first business this year with the First Light Farms. We raise heritage chickens, sell turkey, chicken, and duck eggs. We even got a quail just recently, too, so we may have quail eggs coming in. The EAT program has been instrumental in us doing this. I never even thought about doing this. My daughter was involved in the 4-H and the FFA, and I was in the FFA in high school, and we've lived here in Norco for 20 years. And we are only just now fully utilizing our property. I've got fruit trees, I've got a garden, we have turkeys, chickens, and ducks that we're producing and breeding and selling. And my daughter, who has special needs, has been instrumental in doing the education. She goes into that farmer's market and she teaches people how to raise chickens. Not only do we sell the eggs, but we teach people how to raise their own eggs, and we sell them the chickens to do that. And people come to us and ask us, how do you keep chickens, and where would you put this chicken, and what do you think about this? And my daughter is able to do that. A lot of that has been because of the EAT program. We were in the very first cohort, and it was something I had been looking for, didn't even know I was looking for, but had found it here. And this is the best place for it. So I really appreciate Patrick and what he's done. He's supported us. He's taught me how to do this, how to get the proper permits, and to do everything the right way. And I really appreciate his support in doing that. And I think this is an excellent asset to the city, and I think it really utilizes the properties and the advantages that we have in this city to their full potential. And I really appreciate them being there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And our last speaker card on this item is Lane Lowell.
Good evening.
I just want to say that we moved to Norco 15 years ago, and didn't realize that I wanted to be a farmer until I found Patrick at one of the events up at Ingalls, and it's really spurred my husband and myself on to be able to grow our own food and be able to supply food for our family, and then look forward to having that opportunity to sell at the farmers market, which we never even dreamed that we would be able to do that. So the Eat Center, we're in the program right now, and we would really appreciate the city and the community to support that program and watch it grow. And I just want to tell Patrick, thank you so much, because I didn't know I wanted to be a farmer, and that was one of the first questions he asked. Who thought they wanted to be a farmer? And I'm like, yeah, that is me, and I appreciate the program. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have no further speaker cards.
Thank you. Any further comments, or I'll entertain a motion to approve?
Mr. Mayor, I have one comment. And this is directed to Ms. Anglin. As Patrick continues his farmer market and we look at the year, I've just thrown this out at you. Maybe what we ought to look at is the farmers market held in conjunction or at the same location as our concerts in the park in the summer, just to increase attendance. Just an idea, throwing it out at you. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you, Dana. Okay, item 5A, Ordinance 1085.
Item 4.
I'm sorry. Getting ahead of myself. Public comments.
For public comments, please limit comments to 3 minutes or less. The governmental body shall not discuss or act relative to any general public comment. Our first speaker is Jeff Cahan.
Good evening, Jeff.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff. Earlier this evening, when congratulating Andy, I referenced our fantastic Veterans Memorial. It's kind of bittersweet. The reason we built that, though, is because there are times when we use it for not so happy occasions. And I'm here to remind you that next week is the 1-year anniversary of the 13 service members that we lost at Kabul. And obviously, personally here at Norco, when we lost Lance Corporal Kareem Nakui. So we will be having a candlelight vigil ceremony next Thursday. I remind you and invite the public to attend. Again, Thursday the 25th. We'll begin at 7 p.m. It'll be a somber candlelight remembrance, honoring their sacrifice and remembering, because as Andy said, Norco, when we do things with passion, and we never forget. And part of our mission with the Veterans Committee and that Veterans Memorial is that we want to make sure that we take the appropriate time to honor and remember their sacrifice. So, again, our ceremony is Thursday the 25th at 7 p.m. I welcome all to please attend. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Next speaker is Wayne Brown from RCTC.
Evening, Wayne.
Good evening. I'm back. So, again, I'm here for RCTC. We have another 55-hour closure coming up, weekend of the 26th. This one has to do with repair work on the 91 eastbound. You're going to be invited, as always, to our PIO and first responders briefing that we will hold next Tuesday. But at this point, I wanted to make sure that we get this out because of the fact that we will be closing the eastbound 91 starting next Friday night, 9 p.m. Through Monday morning, at 5 a.m. There will be local detours around the area. We will be taking vehicles off on the 15 to the 15, either north or southbound, running vehicles up to Hidden Valley, and again, that's part of Norco's area in Corona also. And we will be turning the vehicles around at Hidden Valley, bringing them back down southbound to go eastbound at the loop connector. Our vehicles can take the southbound route down to Magnolia, get off at Magnolia, go over the bridge, come back northbound on the 15, and connect back up with eastbound 91. This will be the first of probably 3 to 4 of these type of closures to fix some much needed work along the 91. You may have seen, if you've been driving the 91, you may have seen some fairly extensive construction work that's going on with some sound walls that we've had to take portions down, and those to be rebuilt because we've had some settling of the roadbed and those walls. So that work is all being taken through. Hopefully will be done by the end of the year. So again, this will be the first of probably 3 to 4 55-hour closures in this area. And I want to thank Andy for his help tonight, because you brought the superintendent of the school district here and we were able to talk to him, because I happened to find out that on Saturday the 27th is an SAT test at Centennial High School. My son is taking that test. My wife has blamed me for the closure because of that. So again, we had a chance to talk with the superintendent tonight. Thank you, Andy. He's going to work to get word out and make sure that if any of the students happen to be delayed by a few minutes to get to there, that they're going to take care of that issue. But again, we want to thank the city of Norco for all their help and support in all of these projects. We'll have it. So hopefully we'll be back.
Thank you. Thank you for reaching out.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Our last speaker card for this item is Bonnie Slager.
Hi, Bonnie.
Hi, that means the closure next weekend is when we're having the PRCA rodeo, of which a lot of people come from Orange County, do they not, to the rodeo? Just a thought. Reminder, fair buttons. I still have a few fair buttons, and the fair, of course, is coming up Labor Day weekend. So next weekend's the rodeo, and the following weekend the fair. So 2 of our biggest events. And then I also wanted to announce that Norco Horsemen's Association and the Rural are co-hosting a candidates night on September 15th at Nellie Weaver Hall. And in addition to the city council candidates, I believe we'll have some candidates for the other offices that affect Norco. And so lots of things to put on your calendar. And then personally, Andy, I'd like to thank you for all the support for Norco Horsemen's and all of us. Thank you, Andy. And I think you look so good in a cowboy hat. Don't you think he needs to get a horse to have something to do with his retirement? Oh, yeah, well, I won't wait for that phone call.
We're having a reception tomorrow afternoon, and I have a special gift for him.
Oh, well, you've got a bunch in your yard.
Yep. Taking care of his whole family.
I have no further speaker cards.
Thank you, Dana. Okay. Legislative matters. Ordinance 1085, item 5A.
Move to adopt ordinance 1085.
Second.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you. We'll move into discussion and action items. Item 6A, Kathy Azevedo, Spirit of Norco Monument Construction Design and Cost Estimate update. Amanda, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Gonna get my breath. Okay, tonight we're here to talk about the Kathy Azevedo Spirit of Norco Monument Project update. On September 7th, 2019, the city of Norco broke ground on Kathy's monument. The location where the groundbreaking took place was adjacent to the carriage that's up there. On May 25th, 2021, the City of Norco approved a professional services agreement with Baxter Miller Landscape Architects, and that was for a location that actually changed to be adjacent to the warm-up arena at Ingalls Arena. So the original location did change. Baxter Miller completed the design work for $15,700. And as you see on the PowerPoint presentation, that is the concept drawing of the monument. When Baxter Miller was in the midst of designing the monument, what they noticed was some ADA challenges with the location. There wasn't any ADA parking or an accessible pathway to this location. So Baxter Miller came back to the city and requested additional funding for additional design work for those ADA compliance requirements. Baxter Miller's cost estimate for the monument, as it is now sitting next to the warm-up arena, is $193,000 and $320,000. Excuse me, sorry, can't speak right now. The original cost estimate for this project was $100,000, so clearly we are way over that amount. The granite alone for this project is $125,000. Baxter Miller requesting an additional $52,321 for the additional design. We estimate that actual project construction costs to be around $100,000 to $150,000, which would bring the construction cost to $411,000. So we are considerably over the original cost estimate for the project. At this time, what we are requesting is direction from the City Council on to move the location of the monument back to the original location where we could possibly utilize the ADA compliance areas that we have there now. We could use the parking, we could use the walkways, or if the council would like to go ahead and keep it at the location next to the warm-up arena, then we could go ahead and look at adding the additional design for the ADA compliance and also take on that construction cost for the ADA compliance. There also is another factor, which is to also, I would like to request a subcommittee to help with the design and cost control measures for the project. And then I'm available for any questions and to talk about council's direction.
I have a bunch of questions, but let me just ask one before I share with my colleagues that the $15,000
yes
in your background report was to prepare construction drawings for the monument.
Correct.
All those drawings have been completed?
They are complete and they are attached to this staff report.
Then But we have exclusions of like structural engineering and calc, structural soils. Are these just concept drawings? Even though they're listed to be for construction?
These are the completed documents that Baxter Miller provided to the city.
Okay. All right. Robin? Okay. Ted? Any questions?
Yeah, I do. You know, originally when we looked at this, where the location was, that was Brian Petrie looking at it and kind of put it up there. Over the last year or so, we've had horse shows and events. That area was getting crowded by horse trailers, people parking up there. Just if we put a monument up there, I looked at it and go, that doesn't look like it's going to get disrespected. And that was just because there was at that time, no concept about trying to do any landscaping or anything else around it, just putting the monument up there. So, like I said, when Kevin and I looked about the possibility, thought maybe it would be better protected up on that area, on the other side of the warm-up arena, overlooking the Veterans Memorial, and then also a possible place for future of the a Public Safety Award. And I'm astounded at the cost of the ADA compliance in that area up there, and just thrown for a loop, because just the cost of that is just unbelievable. And then the cost of the construction, and I know that granite after we just did the Gold Star Monument, but was the full granite walls, Amanda, then on that?
That's the total amount for the granite monument as seen in the plans. That is the total for all the granite.
Just very high. So it's interesting, and then I'll add to it later comments that Dan Azevedo made the other night when I saw him. So.
And what we could do is we could scale this project down. We can make it smaller, less granite, try to control that cost.
Yeah, because it's 30 by 30, right? It's over 900 square feet of space. Yeah. And you looked at that other site, back to the original site, Amanda. We were out there the other day.
Yeah.
Looking at a possible concept of incorporating all those together in there, because the bathroom's there along with some parking.
It is a good location, and we can scale this down, still make something nice for Kathy, but, scale it down and get the price where we want it to be.
Okay. Thank you.
Kevin? Any questions?
Maybe. So you think that the original area would work? It wouldn't be too crowded, Amanda?
I don't think it would be too crowded. I think you could utilize the ADA parking there. You could utilize the walkways there. It would definitely cost save. We might have to scale this down just so and think outside of the box just to make it fit next to that carriage.
Just thinking outside the box, we have that sort of monument garden in front of the Marino Arena, and then what if we were to do something like that in front of the Hal Clark Arena? What if we put it over there in front of that? And then you do some sort of an ornamental fencing. Because I think you're right. I think it's just going to get lost by that stagecoach.
And I mean, these are ideas that we can look at in a subcommittee and, spitball ideas on what everybody thinks would work and where it would best be represented.
Okay. Well, I would like to be on that subcommittee because we've been working on this since the beginning, and we've built a whole bunch of stuff now, so...
Catherine?
No questions.
Amanda,
Go ahead, Robin.
What was the line of thinking as far as getting landscape architects to do the drawings and the work for this scope of a project instead of a construction company?
You mean for Baxter Miller's second proposal? They just automatically provided the proposal to us. What they're probably doing is subcontracting out civil engineers in order and surveyors basically to survey the area and then design the grading for the parking lot and the walkways.
So I guess I need to clarify then, why were they originally picked to do the drawings?
Baxter Miller?
Yeah.
Does
anybody know? Like, it doesn't make sense to me that we would hire a landscape architect for this, even drawing this kind of a project.
Baxter does a lot of different stuff like this. He does stuff like this. What happened is Dominic was retiring, and normally Dominic would design the different things we were doing, and then Brian picked Baxter Miller because he's pretty well known for doing this kind of stuff. The mix of landscaping plus monuments and things. And so,
okay.
Andy, is that pretty much how you understood it? That's why we selected him? Yeah, it was pretty much Brian just picked him and, you know.
Okay, so then that goes to my other question in the report. It talks about on May 25th that it was approved for the $15,700 for Baxter Miller.
Correct.
Who approved that?
Brian Petrie. It was under his threshold.
So it was under his threshold, and Brian made a decision.
Correct.
Okay. Because I did some research on this when we got the report, and public record and finding information on this just in general is incredibly hard. And our website's pretty dialed in. You type in a couple words and you're going to find stuff. The public information on this is severely lacking. And so that's super frustrating to me on a project of this. I wouldn't say it's a large magnitude project, but it's certainly a project that's important to this community and one that people are passionate about. Mm-hmm. And so I just feel like as a council member, I feel like we're getting blindsided again by a project that people in this community are passionate about. I feel like it's a repeat of the Gold Star project. And so being in this seats, it's very frustrating to me. I don't feel like there's been a lot of transparency. I don't think there's been a lot of information shared where, again, if I understand the subcommittee idea and I understand the need for it, but there's decisions being made and then communication is not being handled appropriately so that everybody's on the same page and kind of has the same idea. So in the staff report, as I'm looking at this, and again, when we're talking about cost, well, for me, it makes sense that these costs would be outrageous because this is not in the wheelhouse of the person that we're asking to do it. So it's incredibly frustrating to me from the financial aspect and just the common sense aspect of trying to get this done. So, you know, I say we pay them for the work that they've done, and then we find a way to get this project done that's a little bit more financially responsible and makes sense for our community.
Do we have any cards?
I have one speaker card, Mayor.
Let's go ahead and hear that now. If you could.
Speaker card is Patrick Daniels.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Andy, for having me here tonight because I didn't know this was going to be on the agenda when I first looked. I've shared with you a few things. When I first met Kathy Azevedo, and someone suggested that maybe we add her as part of our team to undertake the entitlements for our Palomino Ranch. And I thought I was interviewing someone that I was evaluating whether we would hire her or not. And I think many of you recall it quickly turned to where I was being interviewed and whether I was going to be worthy of her representation. Many of you also know over time I spent a lot of time with her. She personally toured me around every square inch of this community so I could have a very good understanding of her love for this community, the uniqueness of this community and the people of this community. And she grew in me a love for this community. I don't normally get attached to communities we build buildings in and projects. And I also fell in love with her. I have not been bashful about expressing that. Danny knows that. She impacted my life. And I really, really hope this memorial gets built timely. You know, the tough negotiation that Andy put me through on this development agreement and all the money that we're contributing and paying fees for this community, the substantial donation to get this memorial built, I didn't hesitate at all when the request was made. And so Caprock Partners wants to be a part of the solution, want to see this memorial get built in addition to the financial contribution we've made and we've already made for this. I would humbly ask that could we participate, or someone from my company participate on my behalf on the subcommittee to help if we can creatively, since this is our line of business, getting things built, if we could be of any assistance. This would definitely be a labor of love, and we share your passion to get this done. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Patrick.
I have no further speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Well, let me make a few comments to this. As the Mayor Pro Tem said, this kind of upsets me that we've gone this far with a, I don't want to say a lower tier designer, but landscape designers are not at the top of my team. It's your architect, your civil engineer, your structural engineer, and your landscape designer is landscaping. And for this whole project to be not that quite transparent with how he got his hands on this is troubling to me. And then the proposal to do all of this work is like, it's a no. It just, let's pay him and get down the road with him. Part of the discussion we should have is where this, from where we had the original dedication by the stagecoach, and now it moves over towards that by the arena, the secondary arena. Mm-hmm. Okay. So 20 years ago, when we were building the Merino Arena cover, all right, there was no soils report for that area. The company I was working for provided that, all right, and that entire area where this memorial is being shown today is on all undocumented fill, all right? Hence, that's the reason we moved the Merino Arena cover to the east, because that's where originally it was shown, okay? So we moved out of that fill area. So I see these numbers in the $400,000 range with exclusions on soils reports, structural engineering, and I always love to see a list that's got more exclusions than inclusions, okay? That's troubling. This thing's going to grow at least another $300,000, okay? So we do need to have a subcommittee, but I think the premise that we have to remember is that the budget drives the design, not the design driving the budget, which a landscape architect is trying to make us do. Okay? So, yeah, because I can get rolling on this.
I just have one other comment too, and I think again, it goes back to the Gold Star Family Monument. If we need more money, we need to make the ask, and so I feel like sometimes I don't know if we're shy about making the ask, or if staff's like, well, this is the budget we had and this is what we need to go with. But there's certain things in this town, that Veterans Plaza, all we had to do was ask. The Gold Star family, all we had to do was ask. This project is not going to be any different. If we want a bigger project, we need to come up with the plans, come up with a dollar amount, and go to the community and say, hey, if this is what we want for our community, why don't we get together and ask and do some fundraising or whatever that looks like, so that we're doing something that's appropriate, it's something that the community wants and can be proud of, and it doesn't always have to be, with city funds. And so I think that's the other thing that sometimes we get a little backwards on. We don't ever make the ask ahead of time. I think we make assumptions like people are going to be tight-fisted with their money, and I just think when this community is passionate about something, they are certainly not tight-fisted with their money. They will give their money, they will give their time, they will give their talents. And so I think the subcommittee also needs to be looking at that and what does that rollout look like in getting this project done.
Also on that note, Robin, and I appreciate the help that Patrick put forward on this. That's really important. I think we need to kind of look like we did with the pole barns, and it's a design, bid, build. That's where we're going to get our best bang for the buck on this. But the direction this is heading is not good.
Absolutely, yeah. That's
you know it.
That's why it's here tonight. Yeah.
You know it. Ted?
Mr. You're correct on that side. That's just fill. I've ran into those big rocks, so I will tell you they don't belong there. The other side, unfortunately, where the stagecoach is, it wasn't certified either. That was just a bunch of GGs shoved up against some rocks. So either way we're going to go, it's going to happen. I will add what Danny Azevedo said to me on Saturday night. We were discussing this. He goes, Kathy would roll over in her grave and she would haunt every one of us if we spent $500,000 building this thing for her. And that's his words to me, is that it's way too much. And you're right. So she would, yeah. So, yeah, I think it needs to go back to a subcommittee and get this thing done right. And I would.
And just get it done.
You can get it done, yes. All right. Thank you.
Kevin?
So, when we built the memorial, we had no money whatsoever. And as you all know, it's a pretty famous story. Andy came up, Berwyn was freaking out, council was freaking out. It was at $250,000. $250,000. And Berwyn said, you got to go to Brian, he's out of control. So I went to Brian and I said, Brian, and I just barely opened my mouth, and he stood up and he banged his desk and said, I'm not going to build a podunk memorial. And Andy got us the first $500,000 we raised, over $1 million. That was without a committee. Now the truth of the matter is, the Gold Star family was very difficult because we had a committee. Truth of the matter is, if we'd had a committee, we never would have built the George Ingalls Veterans Memorial Plaza. There was 4 people, including Andy, that built that memorial, period. So for me, I've seen all the flotsam and the upset and the ground's not right and this isn't right and that's not right. And the truth is, I'm going to build this effing memorial, period. And I think Kathy would be totally fine if it cost $500,000, because part of what was coming with that was a park. It was a sort of a monument park, and if we're not going to do that, but the point is that it isn't just for Kathy. It is a component to the community for people who are non-veterans who have contributed to the lifestyle of this community. That's what this is. And she happens to embody people, fabulous people. I can name 100 people who we should put their names on there. And maybe we need to look at the granite, maybe we need to value engineer, maybe we need to do a whole bunch of things. But that memorial is going to be built. And if we do have to go out and raise money, we can go out and raise money. I'm not real happy with the design at the moment. I'm not real happy with a whole bunch of things about that. Now, part of what happened is that part of the reason this is on the back burner is because we built the Gold Star Family Memorial, which was very important. I didn't always like how that went. Now the focus is the Kathy Azevedo Memorial, you know, and you know, you are absolutely right, Robin. What happens is once we put it out there, but we have to know what we're going to put out there. And that is the key component to all of this. We just had a developer who just said he would like to participate in that. He understands the costs are escalating. I happen to think, given the day we broke ground, that the community believes this is a very important component to our community. I mean, we had a couple thousand people show up? I mean, it was a lot of people. And so I think we just need to find a design, and that I think that's the key thing we need to do right now. It is a design in which somehow we honor Kathy, and at the same time we have enough room to put one hell of a lot of names on there, because there's a lot of people in this community that, I mean, beginning a long time ago, that we would not be here without some of the efforts of those people, and as they handed the torch to torch. I mean, I saw a whole bunch of people here tonight that I have a hunch someday that were speaking about the EAT program that are going to be amazing people, that are going to be doing things that the whole purpose of the EAT program is to protect the lifestyle. And so I think that we need to maybe go back to the drawing board, as Greg suggests. We pay off Baxter Miller, and we look at what we really want to do, and we walk that property, and if we decide to put it by the stagecoach, we do so. But this memorial is going to be built. I don't want to call it a memorial, it's a monument. So how do you guys want to proceed in this? I mean, I will certainly go out and fundraise and begin to look for money, but I have to know what I'm building, and I have to know how much money we actually need. That's the key.
You know, there's no doubt about, you know, this monument, Kevin. I mean, that, we all understand that. I think it's the path that we're going down. We need to stop right now and get back on the rails on this. And I'm kind of looking to Amanda on this, as far as you're in charge of facilities. We can all make recommendations on how to approach with it, but
I think my request really is just about the design, about the location, and, you know, just value engineering it and making sure it's still true to Kathy and those other Spirit Award winners. My first question to you is this design something that we want to stick with, or are you willing to look at other designs?
I think this is going to fall back to where you need a subcommittee first.
Yeah. Okay. And we could look
All
at
of it.
that.
I mean, I won't speak on the design. I'll certainly speak on the location that it's been revised to.
Yeah.
That's a disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah.
So
We need to utilize what we have and just reduce that cost, because that can just spiral out of control.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Yeah, I hear consensus. We need to look at another look at the monument, the location, what's the real funding going to take to do that, and then the timeline.
Yeah.
Right. This has been a long time now, a few years, and so if we get those steps right, then we'll be able to get it built, right? And that we don't want to keep dragging out this process. And the five of us sitting up here, it's kind of that making the sausage process. I think a subcommittee is really the most efficient way, especially if you're looking for feedback. Then 2 council members can give you that feedback.
Yes.
That's going to be the most efficient way to get it done, versus all of us, kind of up here. I think we're all in agreement that it needs a fresh look. I don't know that we all have a concise idea of exactly what that is or where it should go. That needs to be examined more in depth with a couple folks. So, I heard that Kevin wants to be on the subcommittee. I don't know if Greg wants to be on the subcommittee, if anyone else wants to be on the subcommittee, but I think that they could provide the direction going forward. And of course, you could reach out to any other council members as they're working to get feedback before it comes back, so we can do some work on the back end, so that when it comes back up, we're ready and we're proud and we can get it going.
Since nobody's jumping out, Kevin and I will take the subcommittee.
So I'll make a motion then to create a subcommittee of Councilmember Bash and Mayor Newton to provide further direction to facilities in revising the location, the timeline, and the funds for the monument, and also to incorporate the assistance of Patrick and Caprock.
Please vote.
Dana, I'm going to vote yes. Mine is the screen's melting.
Gotcha. Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you. Okay. 6B, Ordinance 1086, urgency ordinance establishing a 45-day moratorium on the submittal and approval of new applications.
Actually, I think I got volunteered to do the presentation. It's actually fairly straightforward, and we discussed it at some length at the last council meeting.
Correct.
This ordinance is an urgency ordinance, which would establish a 45-day moratorium on the approval of construction of industrial and welfare buildings within the city, while the city goes through a study process to determine what the appropriate regulations might be. As I said, it's good for 45 days. If you want to extend it, that requires a public hearing, and it can be extended. And this ordinance does that and makes the public safety, health, and welfare findings. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions?
Just one. We're going in this 45 days is strictly a way to look for a definition to come back to this council, correct?
I mean, I assume that when staff starts to review this, if they're going to take a look at what regulations might be appropriate for addressing those uses and the areas that remain to be available for that use.
Okay. And my question, just a definition so they can bring it back to us for another decision, for a decision.
Yeah, I mean, yes. I mean,
I mean, we can look for a definition, but now you're.
No, I'm just saying that it's possible that in starting with the definition, that it ends up being broader than simply.
Well, I would hope so. That's what I'm saying. We find a definition, so if we have to incorporate that into our zonings and our developments, and when we talk about structures and buildings.
Standards,
okay.
Whatever might be appropriate.
All right.
And I mean, my expectation is that you won't get there in 45 days, and that we'll be back with a public hearing to extend it. We commented on this at the last council meeting, but I suppose it might come up that the law requires that if there are existing applications, and as you know, there's one that is in process at this point, or if there are others that would like to make applications or that's currently zoned for industrial buildings, that the city is required to process them. We're just not permitted to approve. It comes from a case in which a city adopted this same ordinance and felt that what that meant was, since it was a waste of city time and staff, which all that's of course true, that we shouldn't have to process them either. The court found that the statute which allows you to adopt this urgency ordinance only uses the word approval, not processing, and so that there wasn't any legal ability for us not to process, again, assuming that, and I expect that we'll continue to process the Quitcrete property proposal.
Okay. So a long drawn out answer, I think, is 45 days enough, Alma?
Right, when you ask me that, you get the long-winded ones when you.
Is 45 days enough to come back to this council?
Well, keep in mind that it would have to go to planning commission as well. So 45 days, and like John was saying, there's a possibility that the moratorium may have to be extended.
Yeah, no,
So-
I think.
And an extension will require 4/5 of this council.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, adopting this ordinance requires.
So my question to you on this, and you read this 45 days, and we said to have to come back to planning, it's got to come back. Is 45 days the minimum as per law, or
Yes, 45 days is the statute.
is the okay? That's what I'm asking. So
And the statute allows you to adopt it for 45 days without having a public hearing and a second reading.
okay,
That's why you're required to come back after the 45 days if you want to. You're going to need more time than that, which is likely.
all right. So I mean, I'm going to vote for it for the 45. I'll support it for the 45 days. I hate to see this drag on. That's all. So.
Robin, any questions? Catherine, any questions? Kevin? Dana, do we have any cards?
I have no public comment cards on this item.
Okay, thank you. Bring it back for discussion. My feeling on this is that, we hashed all this out at our last meeting. One of the big drivers is that we need to define clearly either industrial, warehouse, distribution, so they're not interchanged constantly. But Ted, I think this is going to be a broader conversation that'll exceed 45 days because it's going to lead to either some development standards, architectural elements, and I'll tell you right now, it's not going to be done in 45 days. We will have a public hearing.
And that's exactly what my comment is,
Yeah.
that if somebody doesn't think this is all going to be done in 45 days, it is
No.
not. And that's what underlying thing is. We're going to be stuck. We're going to be dealing with this from anywhere from 6 months if we don't get it done. That's what it's. We're so the 45 days is a pipe dream.
Yeah, no, the 45 days is purely statutory.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have any choice about the 45 days. And the only way of adopting an urgency ordinance is under the statute, which is, meaning urgency, meaning it goes into effect immediately, as opposed to normal ordinance, which requires a second reading in 30 days. But that comes out pretty close to 45 days. So the legislature's has told us forever that we're going to give you that time to stop things now, but if you want to continue beyond that, you're going to have to go through the regular public hearing process.
I don't think anybody's saying this is all going to be done within 45 days. It's a lot of work to do it right and do it better. So,
My comment had to deal, Mayor, was the fact that I want, especially the public, to realize that it's going to be more than 45 days. It's the time, the length of time. And especially if we have people, certain developers understand that it's going to be more than 45 days. That's the reality of the situation. That's why I said last time, and I'll say again today. Thank you.
Move to adopt ordinance 1086.
Second.
An ordinance, an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Norco, California, establishing a 45-day moratorium on the submittal and/or approval of new applications for the construction of industrial and warehouse buildings.
Please vote. Kevin. Dick? Motion passes unanimous.
thank you. Item 6C is a response demand to rescind rescind and cease and desist pursuant to California Government Code Section 54960.
I have a conflict of interest. I'm going to recuse myself due to the location of my property.
Okay.
This may look familiar. After we made the adoptions at the last council meeting, I received, and this council did as well, a letter from the attorney representing Frontier, indicating that his first letter, that he didn't believe that we adequately addressed the issues that he raised in his first letter, which was somewhat ambiguous, and that as a consequence, he believes it wasn't responsive, and therefore he had extended his time within which to file a suit until basically September the 1st, unless we adopt this additional commitment. The only purpose of basically the commitment is we will follow the Brown Act. We don't have any choice. I mean, the law is the law. We of course follow the Brown Act, and we have to date, even though he doesn't understand our position or agree with our position on that subject. But what this does is preclude litigation, which solves nothing and serves no purpose and only costs the city money. Even though I'd be happy to stand up in court with them and argue that, again, there's no point in having the city pay for something which the outcome would have no positive or negative effect on the project or the city, except for the expenditure of money. And so I'm recommending that we adopt this commitment letter and provide it to Frontier.
This just troubles me on this, and John, it seems problematic that I'm trying to find the flaw is that, and correct me here, that when we list something on closed session, that we didn't have it with the right code number, or
No.
I mean,
a little bit of that. A little bit of, in my perception, his misunderstanding that the threat of litigation, which allows us to go into closed session, was made at the public hearing by the lawyer who then represented Frontier.
Mm-hmm.
They skipped that part, and once they do that, we don't have to find a threat of litigation separate and apart from that each time we do it. But that said, you know, I can argue about that with him, but he's going to make money and the city's going to lose money, and it just doesn't solve anything. Even if I'm right, it's, you know, like two kids fighting. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, to me, I mean, it just seems troubling to say that we haven't done anything wrong, but we won't do it again.
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time with that logic.
Yeah. And as I think I explained it last time, the language of this commitment is statutory, and it says that we're not admitting that we did anything wrong, but we are going to we're going to comply with the Brown Act, I guess is the easiest way of saying it. The commitment letter under the Brown Act really wasn't intended to address this kind of fairly stupid situation. But that said, I don't want to give him an excuse to march into court. And again, even if he's wrong, we end up spending 6 months of litigation, potential, discovery and depositions and all things which, again, serve absolutely no purpose. Doesn't help his client, doesn't help the city. We're going to go where we're going to go with that project anyway.
So my last question on this is just going to be from a risk management standpoint. We see this letter, okay? Can we not just receive and file?
No, you're required by statute to adopt the commitment and convey it to the complaining party. I mean, frankly, if we, I mean, I consider this, tell him to pound sand, we're not going to do anything more when we're done, then his next step is either he files lawsuits or he goes to the district attorney and tries to convince district attorney to file a lawsuit. I mean, it just ends up with a...
What?
Yeah.
You know, other than...
for nothing.
Right.
No, I mean, nothing. It isn't we didn't do anything wrong. That, I mean, it's ludicrous to suggest that Frontier hasn't threatened litigation since day one of this project. But the way the statute reads, in order to kind of bless all that and protect it from anything we've done up to the date from being challenged, we get to adopt this silly commitment letter.
To the next one. I mean,
No,
this
well,
is just,
well,
this
I mean,
is
I
just
guess-
a poker game here that, till the next letter they send us.
Yeah, the good news I expect is that absent them filing a lawsuit, we're probably not going to have much discussion in closed session. But we will follow his view of his interpretation of the Brown Act and language for closed session on a go-forward basis, just to make sure we don't go through this stupid stuff again. Or even if we're right, get to litigate it, then a judge says, you don't need to go through this stupid stuff again.
That's a legal term, this stupid stuff?
Yeah, I use it quite a bit.
Okay. Ted?
You know, when we did the first one, and I read that paragraph to you, and you said that it had to be in there because that's the way the statute's written. So you're telling me that the information or the advice you gave us the first time, the statute was wrong?
No, this says exactly the same thing.
So I understand. So why are we being redundant and doing it again?
Because we've gotten correspondence from the attorney for Frontier saying that if you don't adopt it again in this form, that he didn't exactly say we're going to sue you, but if you don't do it in a reasonable time prior to September the 1st, we can file a lawsuit. We'll file a complaint with the district attorney, and it's a theoretical game of chicken, but I don't think that we gain anything by telling them to pound sand.
Okay, but my question to you on this is, we're going to do this again.
Yep.
And every time that he decides that we don't have the T cross right or the I dotted right, he's going to ask for another letter. I mean, that's what this is saying, John, is that we keep going, but that's his opinion, right? But it's not what the court said. Now what you said earlier was that the courts, or that we have to do this again?
In order to avoid in this particular, and this isn't going to repeat itself, but to avoid the potential of being in litigation that simply costs money and doesn't solve anything, which I don't think is in the city's best interest, we adopt this, and that is the end of it. And it blesses anything that he ever complained about up to today's date. If we have another closed session and he somehow doesn't like something about it, and I guarantee you that we'll do it in a way that he's got no complaint, I guess he could write another letter, but at that point we tell him to pound sand.
So every time we put him on the closed session agenda, we're gonna have to do another one of these. Is that what you're saying?
No.
You just said we're on the closed agenda.
If we consider Frontier in the future in closed session, we will base it upon some specific piece of correspondence, which is easy to find since he sent so many of them, and provided publicly and on the website, and make it so that under any stretch of his interpretation of the language of the Brown Act, that he has no basis to go forward. Is it, again, I mean, It's as frustrating for me as it is perhaps even more frustrating for me, because frankly, I'd be happy to.
Why don't you tell them to go pound sand?
Well,
You're an attorney.
I can tell them to go pound sand, but except that you have to tell me that I have the right to tell them that. But if I tell him to pound sand, there is at least some potential that he's going to file a not meritorious lawsuit, and the only outcome is going to be that the city gets to pay money to prosecute it. And the potential is, if a judge finds that there's some technical basis, that he'll look for his attorney's fees, something the city can't do. It's just it. Like I said, it doesn't.
You guys got a racket going. I really have a racket.
Well, look at it this way.
Go ahead, Robin.
The positive thing about the racket, at least from my perspective, is that I can tell you, I don't want to make money by defending a lawsuit. This didn't cost you anything more than what you pay in the retainer, and so we get to adopt this and the whole thing's at no cost, as opposed to every other lawyer making money if we don't approach it that way, which I think is just.
I have a
stupid.
couple of clarifying questions. So the first one would be, we did this once and it was under consent.
No.
So that doesn't have anything
No.
to do with it. So then my second question would be that we're having to do this a second time. Was there some period in time between when we did the first letter and the second letter where our closed session was not labeled in a manner that he,
No.
so none of that?
No, it's because he
What was the
believed-
technicality then?
The technicality is, from his point of view, two things. One, that he doesn't believe that the language that we included in the last time we did this in the commitment, not the cease and desist,
Oh, okay.
adequately reflected what he was complaining about.
Okay.
That's the one. And two, he said, well, I got this, as you saw the letter, I got this 4 days outside of the 30-day period within which you have to respond, which isn't legally correct. You don't get to, if you send something by email, that doesn't count as service. So but again, I can argue in a court about the 30 days, and a court says you're right, it's deemed served when you file it first-class mail and you get an additional 5 days. But again, what does that get? I mean, it's just, again, litigating something, arguing before a judge, being a judge saying that, but it just costs money to find out. And I don't think you should pay me to do that. And this is just a simpler way of solving the problem.
So to simplify it, it's about poking each other, and at some point in time, somebody's like, ugh, I'm done, and just doesn't poke back.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kevin?
I think you said it very well, Robin. I think what they're doing is they're just poking us. And, unfortunately, they have behaved in a manner that I cautiously say has not been very ethical. I mean, forging comment cards. And what makes me maddest about all of this is that they spent, 2.5 years going to every organization in Norco and wanting a hotel and wanting all this stuff, and all of a sudden they don't want any of that, and now they're just gonna poke us and slap us and poke us and slap us, and they have the entire state of California behind them that says you get to poke and slap. Right, John?
So let's.
Pretty much. Although I have to say that. No, I won't.
No, go.
I think we should just redirect this back to the letter.
Yeah.
Okay.
The problem is you can't take things like this out of context, and that's what you want to do now. You cannot do that. This is a huge thing that's going on here in the city of Norco. I mean, let's sign the damn letter, send it back to them, and we haven't done anything wrong that I can see. And, we approved the project, and now they don't want to build it. But we can't look at the letter, though, out of context with everything else. So my recommendation would just be, let's just sign it and send it back. And if you don't want to sign it, have Andy sign it, or,
It's got to be Greg.
All right. I think Robin said it best. I'm tired of poking them.
Yeah.
Dana, do we have any cards?
I have one speaker card, Mike Thompson.
Evening, Mike.
Good evening.
Pearls of wisdom.
What? Oh,
Good
question.
evening.
Could this be a legal maneuver by them to get the city and them into court where they could get a judgment to stop the city from having closed sessions about their projects? Could that be an avenue that they're traveling?
Yeah, no, they can't do that. I mean, as long as we follow the Brown Act, they can't do that. But I would like to cut off I mean, if we do something bad in the future, we can argue about it in the future. But what this does is cut off access to everything that's happened in the last year and a half.
Okay. So, recommendation, motion to approve the attached commitment pursuant to California Government Code, Section 54960.2.
Is that a motion, Greg?
Yes.
I may second it.
And I have to sign the letter.
Please vote.
Believe it or not, I feel sorry for you.
Although this letter, for what it's worth, this commitment is changed enough from our point of view that it points out the city's position with regard to the threatened litigation.
Okay, yep, got it.
Yeah, that's right. That is a legal term.
Motion carried.
Justin, could you do me a favor? Yep, thanks. There isn't much to read, buddy. Okay, City Council, staff communications. City staff, Dana.
Just to let everybody know, we have 3 qualified candidates for the election coming up for November. We also have the candidate statements are available online or in my office, in the city clerk's office, for review for the next, we had 10 days, so they will be closing on the 22nd. So if anybody wants to review a candidate statement, it will be online and in my office, available until the 22nd. Or if you have any questions regarding the elections coming up, please give me a call and I'll be happy to discuss it with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Any other staff comments? City Attorney?
No.
What? The last time. Thank you, Andy. Ted?
I just want to share with the people that are here. On last Saturday night, I attended a 50-year high school reunion for 5 classes of Norco High from 69 through 73. You didn't show up. I know. But I just want to relate the fact that the people who were there, most of them are older, and expressed, yeah, I know, all right.
Watch yourself.
Hey, you know what? I'm right there with them. But we all expressed the enjoyment and really what a great life we had growing up here in town. And that was almost all summed out. And you think about Norco and you think about, Norco's not what it used to be. But every one of them had the same thing. It was a great town to grow up in, great place, a great environment. At that time, the city, a couple of years prior, for most of us, or during their times as kids, had incorporated and became a city. But all of them related to that. And I just wanted to share that to you, that a lot of them have their grandkids, and some of them have some family members are still in it. They still enjoy coming to this town. Just want to share that. That's after 50-some years. Most of them in their high school still remember what a good town it was growing up in. Thank you.
Robin? Nothing? Catherine?
I just want to thank the subcommittee of Councilmember Bash and Councilmember Grunmeyer for their work on the MOU with the EAT Center. Thank you.
Kevin? Okay. Well, I'm going to save all my Andy stuff for tomorrow afternoon. Yeah. I would tell you, bring a halter and a lead rope. Okay.
and some
So-
some coins.
Yeah.
Kevin, you listen to you graduated from Norco High School what year?
73.
I worked for the district then.
Yeah, we know you're really old.
Okay, so good news. I signed the final escrow papers today on the Sierra property. Kevin and I walked that. And John and Andy blessed it. Escrow will close tomorrow. We will get the keys to the house, I think, on Tuesday.
Houses.
Beg your pardon?
Houses.
Yep.
Plural.
Houses. Yeah. Right. And I think it's Tuesday.
He's got a lot of junk that's got to go. Whoosh.
Right. So tomorrow it's ours. The mayor's house.
Yeah. And the mayor pro tem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, after having to sign this letter,
Love 'em.
I'm going to have to put up my new house for,
Actually,
I don't know. Might be a city manager residence.
nice. There was a
There you
teacher that
go.
lived up there.
might have to make Andy a different deal. Okay, if anything else?
Can we close in honor?
Kevin, thank you. Would you close the meeting tonight for us, please?
I'm actually going to close it in honor of two people. The first one is Dr. John Koning, died August 7th. Dr. Koning was on the first city council. Greg will remember that during our 50th anniversary, he came and actually opened a meeting for us. He passed away of a stroke at 97. And then for me, one of the influential teachers that I had was Donald Heath, Coach Heath, my baseball coach and my football coach. And I always saw him all through the years. I think he taught at the district like 45 years, some crazy amount. And taught at Norco Intermediate all that time. He was my Spanish teacher. He gave me a D, the only D I ever got the whole time I was in school. I'll never forget that. I reminded him every chance I got. But anyway, the last years of his life, he worked with a lot of youth teams, softball teams, baseball teams, and I'm going to miss him. I used to see him around town all the time. So I'd like to close the meeting in honor of those two men, Dr. Koning and Coach Heath.